favourites, but the Spanish teams, Players de Castellón in the men's competition, and Castellón and Valencia in the women's competition, will certainly give them a run for the money, as well as possibly the women's defending champions. As I say, defending champions, it was 7 years ago, Enka from Turkey. So, well, red flag to start for Kupari. She's thrown almost 55 metres this year, but drifted out to the sector. Now it's the turn of Adona Zudi, Dundrum South East. South Dublin, I should say, Athletics Club athlete. Now it drops down probably around the 30-metre mark. Not one of the better throwers in this competition, but every point counts. I'm sure you've heard that on many occasions, whether it's been club competitions locally or the European Team Championships like we had last year, also in Spain when we were in Madrid last June. Good to throw from her. It did look a little bit shorter than that, about 38-39. I think she'll be pleased with that.
Getting ready.
It's just under a metre short of her best. Now this woman, Liliana Carr. She was fourth in the Winter Throwing Championships in Nicosia back in March. Has thrown over 60 metres already. And that is a huge throw. I'm wondering already whether that'll be a winning throw in this competition. Her nearest rivals, throwing around 56 metres. Carr, the former Portuguese record holder, has a best name of 66.40. $56.15, great start to the competition for Liliana Carr. No doubt she'll probably want to go a bit further than that. Now, Daniela Fernandez. Getting ahead of myself. This is the Luxembourg athlete who we saw in the presentation, Emma Consemius. Well, Consemius really here just to get what points she can. Listed personal best of around 20 metres, and she hasn't thrown the discus this year. She's a multi-eventer, really. And that is around 20 metres, more or less. Yes, I think she knows that she's just striving to get a point. She's got one in, that's 1 point secured. Anything more than that probably would be a very welcome bonus. 21.97, well, says it's a personal best for her. Well, I wonder if we're going to see one or two more during this competition. So now, Daniela Fernandez, 52-metre throw at best. A Valencia athlete. Valencia under different name, Valencia Terra-Imar, former women's champions in this competition. That's a good effort from Fernandez. Not wearing names on their bibs, clubs. 47.98, decent opener from Fernandez. So she's in second place at the moment, but we're not even halfway through the first round at this stage. Now it's Martina Mazurova, 82 the Slovak club, and she's over 45 metres. So Mazurova has a best of 51.62. She's already thrown about 47 metres this year. And for the throwers who might already have been in action in their national or perhaps even the European Throwing Cup, opportunity in warm weather conditions to perhaps go a bit further. Now, Tia Tunstall, 52.78. Former Loughborough student from that hothouse of British athletics talent, drops down just short of 45 metres. I think she'll be a bit disappointed with that, but five more throws to go. Very focused, very concentrated. Bumped into some of the Harrow athletes, and Harrow, of course, in Britain, they have a combined men's and women's national championship, a National Athletics League, and Harrow have been the champions for the last 2 years. Same Ildemar. That's rather lacklustre effort from the Turk. As you can see, she's not happy with that. She's thrown over 50 metres already this year in local competition, 50-56, so she can do a lot better. And conditions are quite good. There is a slight breeze out in the middle of the field here in the Gaeta Huigwe Stadium. Now, Maria Toimel. She's very strong. Almost bowls it out there. That was a good effort. She's happy with that. That's around 47 metres for Toimel. There we see it again, wearing what's now the familiar vest. If you've been watching European Athletics live streams, Oz Pliers de Castellón, they were hosts of the European Champion Clubs Cup cross country back in February. Took the honours there. Maaike de Grauw, 52-metre thrower at her best, the Dutch woman. Oh, that's an excellent effort. That's not far from her personal best. They're just waiting for that to come up. Well, 49.04. I thought it was a little further. It can sometimes be a bit deceiving. So, Alexandra Trifunovic. Competing for the Crvena Zvezda club, formerly known as Red Star Belgrade. And if you look at the front of their vests, you can see the club emblem, which does incorporate still very much a red star. As a reminder, this women's discus cup record 65.42 by Astrid Kumbanus, the great East German, throwing that back in 1990. So it's been on the books now 36 years. Well, Carl would really have to be at her best to be able to beat that. So we look at Iris Rejola, competing for the Finnish club, Castellón. Oh, good start for Vihola. Well, she got a best of 50-56, and I think that might once again be quite close to her best. Let's have a look at that again. 50-15, that's one of the best throws of her life from Vihola. Nice opener from Vihola.
Iris Vihola reached the second position with 50-15.
So bringing the first round to a close, Martina Savova. Savova, as I mentioned in the presentation, part of the USK Prague club. About 40 metres for Savova. Has best of just over 43 metres. .40.82. So that puts her into 7th place. The scoring, it's very simple. First place gets 13 points in the women's competition, all the way down to last place getting 1 point. While the women's discus continues in the field, we have the women's additional 100 metres. An opportunity, as I said, for some of the women who will be in the relay teams later on to get a second outing, warm up. All 8 lanes here in Castellón being used. A couple of lanes empty. Anita and Aruna doesn't start.
Second attempt for Lilian Asa, leading this discus woman final for Sporting Club de Portugal.
So the fastest woman here is the woman in lane 8. Suchankova, best of 11.69. The Universitina Sportovny Club Praha runner. So we got Ford on the inside from Dundrum South Dublin. Fitzmaurice, another of the Dundrum athletes, from the inside. Vershanska of Bratislava, Mars of the Prince Hendrik Club, the Dutch club here in the women's competition. Mullally, third Irish athlete in this third of 3 women's additional 100 metres. And on the outside, Suchankova. Well, starters just asked them to take their time. I'm just wondering whether there's a problem with the starting blocks.
para Daniela Fernández, se mantiene en 4ª posición.
See there, the big scoreboard at the far end, behind the 100 metres
Second
start.
event for Martina Machulova from Slavia, Bratislava.
That's telling the crowd here. And there's a decent crowd in the one covered stand on the home straight. Of course, plenty of family and friends coming to support their relatives, sons and daughters, wives and husbands. So just settling in, really for the first time of asking. They're just about to come to their marks when the starter just told them just to stand up. So they settle into their blocks now. From the inside, Ford, Fitzmaurice, Veranska, Mars, Mullally, and then on the outside, Suchankova. And Suchankova is away. Also running well in lane 3, it's Vrasanska of the Bratislava club. Vrasanska running very well at the moment. And it looks as though Vrasanska might have taken it, but Ford came through very strongly on the inside. Well,
For the win,
it is Ford who's being given the verdict as we look at the replay.
with 12-11 for
Well, Ford had a bit of ground to make up on Vrashanska, who is doing well at this stage. And now with about 20 metres to spare, the camera angle is a bit deceptive. Ford gets through.
Y este era el segundo lanzamiento para Belén Tonil, atleta del Faxa, Playas de Castellón.
So we move on. 12-11 to Ford of the Dundrum South Dublin club. Vrashanka just edged out. 12-12. Suchankova 12-21. That's the 1, 2, 3 from the third of 3 additional women's 100-metre races. Confirmation of the results all the way down. We'll see those women in action again in the relays towards the end of this 5 hours of the first day of the European Champions Clubs Cup action. There's a second of the heats.
In this discus women final.
So the fastest woman, Gaia Podreski. Podreski goes in lane 5. Cameraman just showing the back of her there.
Second event for it is
So just settle down.
is second in this discus woman final.
Just switching back to the discus now.
Season best for her, second in this discus woman final.
Liliana Carr still in the lead with 56.15.
And now it's time for Martina Sobola.
Just coming to the end of the second round, just to bring you up to date. Carr fouled her second round effort, so no improvement for her, but she still leads. So getting proceedings underway in the third round. Martine Mazarova. Mazarova, her best so far. 47.14. Lying down in 6th place.
Lise Running for Prince Hendrik with 11.77, winning this second final of the
So Adona
woman extra.
Zvendi, 39-meter throw at best. See there, first round effort of 38.39, but that's been followed by a second consecutive foul.
Third attempt for Liliana.
And now Liliana Carr. I'll tell you, all attention on Carr. 56.15 in the opening round. Oh, that's a massive effort. Once again, well over 55 meters. Well, she's got so many great credentials to her name. Over the years has been an absolute stalwart of not just her club's outstanding performances in this competition, but also Portuguese athletics. She was bronze medalist at the last European Championships. Now 39 years of age, Carr. Oh, it was given as a foul in the end.
Entrando en la jaula de lanzamientos, Daniela Fernández de Diputación
So Emma
Valencia Club de
Consemius
Atletismo, quinta,
improves to 22.61.
47.98.
She's bringing up the rear at the moment, but she's certainly enjoying her outing in the sun here in Castellón. Martina Mazarova. I do apologise. Looking at the wrong person there. That's the Valencia athlete, Daniela Fernandez. She down in 5th at the moment. 47.98. No improvement for her. Mazarova, another foul as well. Sees where it drops and just walks out of the circle. So Taya Tunstall into the circle for the 3rd time, the Briton. Looks like she walks out as well. So no improvements on her 42.08. Tunstall in 4th place at the moment. We'll want to improve on that because there's quite a few women who can throw over 50 metres. So Seema Bildara, 46.09 in the last round. She improved from the first round which she saw at 37.72.
Rosalina Santos from Sporting Club de Portugal and Carmen Marco from the Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo winning the race this last 100-meter women extra.
46.71.
For 56 each.
Another slight improvement from her. Keeps her in 8th place at the moment.
Al disco, turno para Belén y tercer lanzamiento para el atleta del Falsa Playas de Castellón.
Now 32 years of age, Maria Belén Toimil. 11 national titles in both the shot and the discus. As discus very much her 2nd event. Foul for Toimil. No improvement on her 46.96 opener. So Maika de Grau, 49.72 in the last round, but that gets a red flag. This moves out of the circle. Trifunovic. Savena Zvezda. Hope I pronounced that correctly. As I said before, the former Red Star club from Belgrade. No, drops down at around 35 metres. That's best of 35.36 from the first round. She's in 12th place at the moment. That's quite acrobatic. You need to spin on your finger. Not sure I could do that. Trifunovic improves to 36.52.
It is Vincola.
Doesn't change her position overall. Still in 12th place though. Now, Iris Viola in 3rd at the moment, one of 3 athletes over 50 metres with 50.39. Oh, I think that's a lot better actually. keep an eye on that, because 50.39 wasn't far from a personal best of 50.68.
Beijola improves with 50.86.
Oh, 50.86.
In third
So that
position
adds,
in this discus woman final, but improves.
just
with
doing the
a
math very
personal
quickly,
best.
18 centimetres onto her personal best. And finishing off the last round, Martina Savova had a foul in the last round, now a foul in this one. So, at the halfway mark, Liliana Carr leading the way with 56.15. Second place at the moment.
Karen Krapersville winning this first 100-meter men extra race.
Looking down. Don't seem to be showing second place.
11:33 for the Università Brno sprint.
Sofia Kopari, 51.64, just looking up on my computer information screen. And then Viola, 50.86. So we didn't see the race, but there was the third and final of the additional women's 100 metres. Rosalina Santos, 11:30.56, not too far away from a personal best of 11:31, and a 1.1 metres per second wind reading. That'll give you an indication that the wind is nicely on the backs of the sprinters, who are coming, of course, from left to right in the home stand. And the men's long jump will be getting underway very shortly, and that promises to be an absolute thriller. We have the world indoor champion Gerson Balde of Portugal representing Sporting Club de Portugal. Got just 3 extra races in the men's 100 metres as well. Then a bit later on, in about 2 hours' time, we have the men's 100 metres. Just before that, the women's 100 metres as well. Well, there you've got the 4 men who are going to be contesting the first of those men's 100 metre races. Pratashvili in the inside lane, 33 man. So we're back with the women's discus throwers. And we go in reverse order in these rounds. They're just sorting themselves out. First person should be into the circle, should be Konzemius of Luxembourg. The women's pole vaults getting underway as well. So a lot of action in the field. See, good crowd here in Castellón on this Saturday afternoon. So that's Ildara.
Fourth throw for Seima Ildira for Inca.
Just the top 8 take part in the final rounds. So we have 5 women eliminated.
From 8th position for finishing in 5th position now.
So that's an improvement for Ildara, 48-43. Now, Maria Belén Toimel. Toimel fouls again from the looks of things. Just waiting to see. Yes, it is. 46-96. Just been overtaken by the Turk. Players I don't think were expecting big points in this particular event. Some of their stronger events to come. That's a good effort from Mazurova. One valid jump in the first 3 rounds. One valid throw, I should say. 47-14. That's an improvement. Now the Bratislava athlete. Having an erring. Well, that's not right. I think it might be 48-20 something. I think they got the decimal place in the wrong place there. That should take her ahead of Daniela Fernandez, who goes into the circle next. And here is that presentation of the men's long jump.
Second 100-meter men extra.
So Gerskins of Dundrum South Dublin, Savalainen of Tampere Pirinta, Speaker of Brno, Neketier. Well, former European under-20 triple jump champion, 8-meter jumper at best. Biognolo, Balde we saw there, and Mikula of Bratislava, Havakiman of Beograd, Juan Gaya coming in, just completing the lineup. Bovo of the Italian club, Enterprise Sport and Service, and the hugely talented 17-year-old Daniel Emegbor of Harrow. Very excited to see what Emegbor can do in these conditions. Of course, he's up against 2 very good long jumpers in the shape of Gaya and Balde. Neketier, an 8-meter jumper at best, doesn't do the long jump very often. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. He's also down to do the triple jump as well. And Balde's down to do the high jump later on today.
David Spricha from
We're getting the full presentation here.
Nekati R from Enka Sport Club.
Oh, there is Neketier.
Matteo Brugnolo from Cal
Competed on many occasions for his club Enka. Going back, as I say, 7 years. Now, Gerson Balde. Oh, and you can hear the raucous applause for the world indoor long jump champion. Balde, 8:46. Regrads. Gore Hovakimian. Pangea.
For Enterprise Sport and Service. Daniel Emeko.
Yeah, a late substitute for players de Castellón. Still a very, very talented athlete with a best of 787. Jumped that distance indoors. Just wondering what he can do outdoors. So this could be a long jump for the ages as far as this European Champions Club Cup competition is concerned.
In the discus final, it's time for
in the meantime,
this final.
Discus carries on. Liliana Carr. Oh, that's a very good effort. And all the sporting supporters like it. Leads the way at the moment with 56.15, but it's not an insurmountable lead. There's some other good throwers in there. But
61.89, season best.
Whoa, just waiting to see what that is. 61.89. Well, I would be hugely surprised if anyone can get close to that. 56 and change made her vulnerable. 61 meters plus makes her, in my opinion, invincible.
Fifth attempt for Seima Yildirar for Enka Sports Club. Is fifth in this discus one final.
So this is the third of the men's additional 100 metres which have been going on while we've been looking at the women's discus and the long jump presentation. And to watch here in lane 6, Gabriel Meyer, 10:17 man at his best, the sporting man, where he's taking a long time to get into his running. Juste on his insides running well, and now the long legs of Meyer get going. Oh, excellent. Well, wind aided at 2.5 meters per second, but it's 10:33 unofficially. That's a good start from Gabriel Meyer. He's going to be a very important contributor to the Sporting relay team later on. Sporting in both the 1 and 200 have got the Cameroonian record holder and sub-10 man Emmanuel Essay, French-based, but they've, well, these days, Europe's top clubs, a bit like football teams, can go around Europe signing up athletes to compete in this competition. But Meyer, well, that's a great performance from the man who's probably going to be considered the second string for Sporting Portugal. Behind him, it was a Sporting Portugal 1-2 as Leon Seal took second place in 10:63. But it was wind aided, 2.5 meters per second. So the wind's just picked up in the last half an hour. Juste goes out of his box clearly in the lead over the first 30 to 40 meters. 50 back in the second half of the race, 10:70 for the man from the host club Players de Castellón. So that's Daniela Fernandez, just 20 years of age, Fernandez. Was fourth in the European Throwing Cup under 23 discus competition earlier this year. 50.05 over 50 meters for the first time. Should say for the first time this year. She does, of course, have a personal best of 53.67, which actually dates back 2 years. She was throwing quite regularly over 50 meters last year. So it's Micah de Grau going into the circle now. She's just been pushed back a place from 4th to 5th. Well, that's a good effort from de Grau. 51.19, her best of her series. And she not only overtakes Fernandez, goes into 3rd place as well.
Third in the discus woman final. Only one attempt.
This is starting to be a very engaging competition. Of course, Liliana Carr well in front with that 61.89. So now Iris Vejola. No, I think she's just walked out there, just watching from the far side, and I can see a red flag going up. Couldn't respond, so she's now down in 5th place. Should say 4th place. The Finn, Vejola. So, Sofia Capari still in 2nd place with that 3rd round 51.64.
There goes the first jump of the long jump for the men. Jumping Alexi Savolainen, Tampere Empirico.
Capari not quite as far. 16 centimeters shy of her 3rd round effort. 21 years of age, Capari. Speak to the European juniors and under 23s that didn't get out of the qualifying round, but so Liliana Carr, that drifts down, not as good as her 4th round effort.
53 centimeters for him.
So yes, he just fouls. Well, she's got command of this competition though. So into the 6th round, and once again the top 8 positions are reversed, and unable to improve on her 1st round 46.96. Maria Belén Tomil is the first to start in this final round. Of course, wearing the green vest of Players de Castellón, she does get quite a few cheers.
Turno para Belén Toimil en el círculo de lanzamiento de disco. 5º intento para ella.
She's not terribly smooth with her action, and I don't think that's going to be any improvement for her. Switching across the long jump. That's the Quetier. Yeah, the third to jump, leading the way at the moment. Fairly modest 686 to the name of David Speaker at this stage, very early stages.
And now we go with the women final, the start list. Jumping in this final, Joana Barreto from Sporting Club de Portugal. Diana Zaborska from
So, Matteo Bugnolo, Italian. Not perhaps one of the stronger long jumpers in this field.
Mónica Clemente from the Dotación Valencia Club Atletismo.
So we're getting the lineup for the women's pole vault.
Local athlete Nayara Pérez for Paxa Playas de Castellón. Tiara Cosato de la Atlética Brescia.
Just to jump in, Glada Pozzacci of Brescia, 1950. Jade Spencer Smith.
Bella Salmini.
Harrow.
Matilda Smith for Halspora.
We saw Venla Salmonen of the Finnish club. Jyväskylän Kentareliat. Finishing off the lineup, Matilda Schmidt of Spora from Luxembourg. And Busa Adakazan from Enka, the defending champions, if you will, from 2019. It was a very close contest. I can remember it back in 2019 between themselves and Sporting Portugal. Opening height will be 240, but it's going to be a competition, I would imagine, which will take quite a while. So the men's long jump, Gabriel Mikula. Just saw, or we just missed Gerson Balde. Balde, just wondering whether we can play it in. 8:01, and again, that's going to be a tough mark to beat. And it was a legal wind of 2.0 for Balde. This is his first competition of the year, Balde. At least outdoors, I should say. First comp. He's been doing some hundreds and 200s, Balde. So Mikula, 6:48. I wonder what's going through the likes of Speaker, Mikula, and the men who are not being able to even get over 7 meters, just to see Gerson Balde just fly out over 8 meters. So, Gore, Harry Kmona, Armenian, based in Belgrade. Oh, nice jump from the Armenian, competing for OAK Belgrade. Oh, but it's a foul, I think. I'm just seeing the red flag being raised.
51-36 for Inis.
Yes, it's confirmed as a foul.
She's third in this discus women's final. Now it's time
So
for
the women's 400 meters hurdles coming onto the track very shortly. You just see there one of the Serbian athletes warming up.
And this is another one for Meike de Grau.
So this will be the first of 2 heats.
Jumps to the second position of this discus woman final. And personal best for her. Sofia Kopari from Atletica Brescia now in the discus woman final.
So this is the first of two races, I should say, although the results will be combined. So if one of these athletes was to run quicker than women in the second race, might call it the A final, which is often done at one-day meetings on the international circuit, they would get the points, the improved points. So everybody is ranked on time. Fastest woman in this field is Krivena Sverada's Lena Bogdanovic. Only one who's gone under 60 seconds. Bogdanovic, best of 59.54.
And we go with the first leg of the women's 400 meters hurdles woman. On lane 3.
Fast women coming up in the second race. We've got some very good women indeed. We've got a host of women who've run faster than 57 seconds in that particular race.
In lane 4, Andrea Esbekova, Slavia Bratislava. In lane 5, Lena Bogdanovic, Cervena Zvezda. On lane 6,
Shout as well for Claudia Conte, just outside Bogdanovic. Give you the full lineup from the inside. Dollendorf of Spora, Luxembourg. Svekova, Bratislava, Slovakia. Bogdanovic, Kravina Sveveda, Serbia. Conte of Playas de Castellón, the host clubs from Spain. Willis of Harrow, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, of course. And Frantsova of Prague from the Czech Republic. Czechia as it's now known. Well, Bogdanovic, the only woman under 60 seconds, career best of just under 60 seconds, but the rest very close to that important mark in the 400 metres hurdles at this particular level. Started just taking a while getting them ready. And of course the nerves will be building, the tension rising. Conte, if the name's familiar, she's a very, very good multi-eventer. She was the European Under-23 heptathlon silver medalist back in 2021. She's in here, just filling in the gap, so to speak. It's a very worthy substitute. In fact, her best, I've just been looking it up, 60.73 dates back to 2019. So I'm just wondering what she can do here. She's a talented short hurdler. It is Bogdanovic who's doing well at this stage, though. Bogdanovic hurdling nicely, making some headway. And it is Bogdanovic coming off the bench, stuttering slightly. But she's got a clear lead over the rest. Conte now starting just to tire. Bogdanovic. Oh, clipped that hurdle, got away with it. Looking tired now, over the last though comfortably and cleanly. And it is Bogdanovic, the Serbian, bringing Krivena Sveveda home. Just waiting for confirmation of the time. I think that's a big personal best. I'm looking to the infield, 58.39 unofficially, and if that is correct, and I've no reason to disbelieve it, that is a personal best by a second for Bogdanovic. And it was a good, well-structured race from Bogdanovic. Didn't go out blazingly fast. Well, coming into the 8th, there was a slight stutter, and she, well, got away with it at the 9th, but held her form, stayed upright, got her stride pattern back, and eased her way home. I think she'll be very pleased with that run. Yeah, big personal best confirmed as 58.38 for Bogdanovic. Clearly a rising talent. That's the Spore athlete from Luxembourg. Schmidt. No, it's... Yes, that was Una Samuels going clear. I'm sorry, we were looking at Samuels, but it was during the action, of course. Samuels did go clear. She will be the next to vault at 280. But also it was Matilda Schmitz who went clear at 240.
Long jump, men final for Alexis.
There's Gerson Balde,
for Tampere.
tall, long, languid athlete. Una Samuels. That's a best of 3:35, so it should be well within her capabilities, Una Samuels. Savalainen. So we're switching around between the field events pretty quickly. Savalainen, 6:53 in the opening round. 6:89 for the Finn from Tampere. I can tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed my trip to Tampere last year when we had the European Under-20 Championships there. Tampere, host of many European athletics events. And if you follow age group athletics, we have, of course, this year, the European Athletics Under-18 Championships coming to you from Rieti, which is about an hour north of Rome. Great venue for athletics, that town. Speaker has just been supplanted. Jumped 6:86 in the opening round. Of course, people are waiting anxiously for the next few jumpers, starting with this man, Nketiah.
Second event in the long jump men final for Nketiah for Erika Sports Club.
And you can probably hear the stadium announcer advertising his arrival on the runner. This is his first long jump of the year. And indeed his first outdoor long jump since 2024. Been struggling a bit with injuries over the last 12 months. Haven't seen the best of him, but he was 6th in the Olympic Games triple jump final in 2021. 2 fouls for Nketiah. Now, this is critical because needs to get a valid jump in and make the top 8 if he's to secure good points for Enka and perhaps keep Enka in contention for a podium place. Of course, over the course of 20 events, 20 men's, 20 women's events, there will be the occasional hiccups, but you don't want too many of them. Now, Matteo Brugnolo wasn't that far from his personal best at 6.78 in the first round. Move on to the second of the two finals. Now, this could be a very interesting race. Just 3/4 of a second. Cover 5 women.
And the start is of the 400-meter hurdles women, the second leg.
5 women who've all run under 57 seconds, but not one single one of them has run quicker than 56.
Lane 7, Juliana Guerreiro, Sporting Club de Portugal. Lane 6, Nina Franke, Prince Henry.
And there's
Line 5,
Carla Garcia.
Reputación de Valencia Club Atletismo.
Back in 2016, Garcia, she was the winner of the European Youth Olympic Festival 400 metres hurdles. And that, of course, the Continental's premier competition for under 17 athletes. Made the semi-finals of last year's World University Games. The Spaniard. So well, we've just seen Lena Bogdanovic have a sparkling personal best by more than a second in the first of these two races. Give you the full lineup. Doherty of Dundrum South Dublin, Salminen of Javskala, Seramonde, Brescia, Garcia, Valencia, Franca, the Prince Hendrik Club from the Netherlands, Guerreiro of Sporting Club de Portugal, and on the outside, Cadanali of Enca. Enca, as I've said already, and I'll probably say it a few more times, the defending champions, having won back in 2019. Nina Franca at the moment having an absolutely blistering run over the first 4 hurdles. The Dutchwoman is absolutely flying down the back straight. He's got a big lead, Franca, at the moment. She's going to come off the bend if she can hold her form in front. Garcia now, well, Garcia ran a terrific straight between hurdles 7 and 8 and has now taken over from her. So Garcia battling away now as Franca starts to tire, coming through on the inside, Salminen. But it is going to be Garcia. 57.01, just outside Garcia's personal best. Oh, a good run from Carla Garcia. She's been pretty consistent around the 56-57 mark. I'm sure she's ready for a big breakthrough, and this is just part of the road on the way to going under 56 seconds. But for today, she's going to have to settle for 57.01. Well-measured race from Garcia in lane 5. Had Franca as a target, and it looked as though Franca, after the first 250 metres, was going to pull away, but started to tire, and Garcia, well, from hurdle 7 really started to motor, go through the gears, and perhaps ran a much better measured race as Franca started to tire. And it was Salminen who came through, pushed Garcia close, but Salminen taking second place. Now, second attempt for Federico Bobo for enterprise
Sports and Service.
So back with the long jump.
He is 7th with 6.68.
Let's bring you up to date. Balde fouled his second jump. This is Federico Bovo of Enterprise Sport and Service. You can tell the little Italian badge on the left-hand side of his singlet. They're based in Napoli, Sport and Service.
As you can see in the screen,
confirmation there, it was Garcia who took it. So after 2 events, well, early days yet, 18 more events to come. But in the women's event, it is Prince Hendricks who take the lead. Now, Daniel Emegbor, rather modest, 7-11 in the first round. Saw him on his way in here a few hours ago, looking very focused, the man from Harrow, just 17 years of age. Oh, that's a foul. Well, Emegbor jumped 7.80 last year to win the English intermediate schools. For those of you not sure of that age group, that's the under 17 age group. That smashed a record by no less than 33 centimetres that had been on the books for 23 years. Well, Emegbor, after 2 attempts, in second place with 7.11, but well out in front. Balde, a full 90 centimetres in front at this stage. But I think we've got a lot more jumping to come, and we've got quite a few more 7-metre plus jumps to come.
Is 4th with 6.89.
Just wondering, I'm looking around for William Gooskins. He didn't take his second round jump. Just wondering what's going on there. Here's the full results of the women's discus. And here's that winning throw from Liliana Carr. Magnificent effort. 61.89 from Carr. Personal best for Micah de Grau, 52.76 with her final effort. This is Savalainen of Tampere. De Grau's throw, we didn't see it, but very important. Moved her up to 4th to 2nd. Good points there for Prince Hendrik. So this is David Speaker. 6.86 in the first round. Seeing it being measured at 6.69.
He's fifth in this long jump men final. And now getting ready for the 3rd attempt, Nekati Air for Enka Sports.
So Nekati Air, it's an all-important jump for Air. A foul and it's 0 points. And he needs to get beyond 6.48. He should be able to do that. I think he's taken his back. That's over 7 metres. Not much over 7 metres. They're looking back. Got a valid jump in safely. Probably had about 15 centimetres to spare on that board. Good effort. Rudimentary hand technique, but it'll do the job. 7.55. Wind assisted, but he won't mind. That gets him 3 more jumps. So, Matteo Brugnoli, 6.78. He's in 7th place at the moment. Might be pleasantly surprised to find himself in that position, just shy of his personal best. But that's a good effort from him as well. That's close to the 7-metre mark. He's doing better than quite a few men with more prodigious distances to their names. Spot on the board. 10 to 15 centimetres to spare, but nevertheless, good height. Basic technique. Perhaps not the quickest man on the run-up, but nevertheless, good lift. So Brugnoli improves ever so slightly to 6.82. Still in 7th place. Now, Gerson Balde, very convincingly in 1st place. His lead's been cut. Nicatier jumping 7.55. Only has a 46 centimetre lead at the moment. Oh, look at that! That's an absolutely magnificent jump from Balde. I think it might be even further than his first round 8.01. Well, for his first outdoor long jump of the year, he's bringing the form that took him to World Indoor Gold. Wonderful technique, hitch kick, great height, and he's so quick on the run-up as well. Just ever so slightly sinks his hips to get maximum levitation. Just waiting now for the distance. 7.98. I thought it might even be a bit further than his first round effort, but he's backed it up wonderfully. No doubt at all, Balde is really stamping his authority on this competition. Just in case you're wondering, well, his competition record has been held by James Beckford, the Jamaican jumper, at 8.20, going all the way back to 1998. Wonder if we could see that go. We've got 3 more jumps from Gerson Balde, but now we switch our attention to the 400 metres hurdles. The first of 2 races for the men.
Lane 7 from Matek Savic. Lane 6, Michael Dvorenko.
So this is Matej Savic.
Lane 5,
3 quickest men are in the 3 outside lanes. Bartek of Bratislava,
Lane 4,
Udovenko of Brno, and Savic of Beograd. Bartek in lane 5, the quickest man with a personal best of 52.08. Well, Bogdanovic in the first race in the women's 400 metres hurdles. The Serbian took more than a second off her best. Wonder if we can see the same from Bartek. Just settling down. Taking their time to settle. Bartek running well at this stage. He's almost up on the shoulder of Udovenko on his outside. Looking very calm and composed at the moment. Slovak runner. tidy hurdling as well. Outside him, Savic coming to all sorts of grief. It's some fairly ragged performances behind Bartek, but Denis Bartek of the Bratislava club showing everyone a very clean pair of eels here. Now let's just watch the clock. Stuttered slightly there coming into the 9th hurdle. One more barrier to go. That was done nicely. Now he's pumping his arms, he's sprinting for the line. He's just going to be just outside his personal best. 53.20 for Denis Bartek. But a convincing win there for the Slovak athlete. No problems about that. Some really good hurdling. 53.16. Well, Denis Bartek, 22 years of age, also a very good short hurdler. Just wondering, I haven't checked whether we might see him in the 110 metres hurdles tomorrow. That was a nice bit of hurdling from Bartek. Competed for his country in the age group championships, European under 23s, both in 2023 and last year in Bergen. Didn't get beyond the heats on either occasion, but that was a much better effort from him. Now, Daniel Emekbor. Emekbor has been pushed back to 4th place. The Beograd athlete. Avakimian jumped 7.15. Now, Emekbor jumped 7.73 indoors. He's quite striding, is perhaps even overstriding, and yes, he had a struggling to sight the board. It's not completely fluent on the run-up. It's a rather forced sprinting action, and just gets a toe over the board. They are using the Hawkeye technology, but I think you could see with the naked eye that was what used to be called going into the plasticine. Nevertheless, does get 3 more jumps. There's the top 8 after 3 rounds. Balde leading the way with 8.01. Naketier getting out of jail with that last gas, 7.55. So now it's the faster men in the 400 metres hurdles. Well, the winning time in the previous heat for Denis Bartek was 53.18. 53.18, 53.16, just checking my notes. And in this race, well, every man has got a career best of under 52 seconds.
We're getting ready for the second leg of the 400 meters hurdles final for the men.
There's the Castellón athlete. Victor Blanco, prowling, has already improved this year to 49.93.
Lane 7, Victor Blanco for Faxa Playas de Castellón. Lane 6, Berke Aksam for Enka Sports Club.
So Berke Askam, though, is the man to watch.
Jacob Linus.
You could just hear him being introduced to the crowd as we focus on Blanco. Askam, former world and European under 20 champion. Best at 48.14. Also keep an eye on Diego Barragana, the Portuguese athlete. You can see there, hasn't run a 400 hurdles this year, but a 49.58 man at his best. They settle into their blocks. A lot of anticipation to see what Victor Blanco can do here. Diego Barragana set his personal best, representing his country at last year's European Team Championships in Madrid last June. Well, the Turk away very quickly indeed, no doubt at all. It is Berke Akçam who's streaking away. I mean, it's going to be something close to the record the way he's going. 48.81. That record's been on the books to Fabrizio Mori since 1998. But now Barragana has made up so much ground over that second half of the bend, and he's pressing. Akçam, the wheels have come off slightly. It's a real battle between the Portuguese athlete and the Turk, Akçam. Well, Akçam was absolutely flying there over the first 200 meters and had to hold on. It was really tough, that final 150 meters for the Turk, the former world and European under-20 champion. But he does get through, comes home in 50.27. You see, I'd love to know what a 200-meter split was over the first 5 hurdles. Pretty sure it was something close to about 24 seconds. But then just starts to tire. And Barragana makes up a lot of ground on him. Battles. But the Turk has just got enough in the tank to hold off the man in the green and white hooped vest. That familiar vest of Sporting Club Portugal. Looking it up, Sporting Club, one of the oldest clubs in Portugal, founded in 1906. There's confirmation of the first and the second heat. Victor Blanco, a little bit disappointing, back in 4th, struggled a bit. Good result from Hayden Christian, 51.86 for the Briton. That's only a fraction, it's about 2/10 away from his personal best. So this is Speaker, David Speaker of Brno. He's in 8th place at the moment. He's just been pushed down by Brugnoli, who's jumped 6.86 to improve and overtake him. Speaker got out to 6.86 in his first jump. I think that's roughly around the same mark. Did I just blink? Did I just miss it? But I can tell you from my monitor, 6.89 for Speaker.
In stadium screen.
Well, it's very tight,
The score,
and he gets 6th place on the basis of second best jumps over Savalainen and pushes Brugnolo back into 8th.
Resultados profesionales después de 2 pruebas. Is leading with 23 points. After in second
And
position,
now it is the turn of Savalainen,
22 points.
who's just been overtaken. Oh, it was a decent jump from the Finn.
and with the same amount of points, Yoga Student Kenko Garcia. In fifth position, Enka Sports Club with 18 points. Sixth, Slavia Bratislava with 13 points. Atletica Brescia, seventh with 11 points.
So 7:01 for Savalainen, just 9 centimetres short of his personal best. And he goes back into 6th place. So it's a tight contest in those positions 5, 6, 7 and 8. And they're all men who are guaranteed good points for their clubs, as I said. It's 11 for first place all the way down to 1 for 11th place. And in the women's competition, 13 for first down to 1. Now, this is Joan Gaya, struggling a little bit. 7:08 for the Spaniard. He jumped 7:87 indoors. Well, might be an improvement for Gaya. Now 24 years of age. He's had one outdoor competition already, 7:56. Not much lift, but he is a powerful and quick jumper. .747 I can see on the scoreboard for Gaya. So good improvement for him. Moves him up into 3rd place. It's the young Briton, Daniel Emegbor. Seems to have made some slight adjustments to his run-up. But as I say that, once again, well over the board. So third failure out of 4 jumps for Emegbor. This is
Sporting Club de Portugal, 10 points.
Over Kimian of Armenia.
Harrow Athletic Club, 9 points. 4th position.
Not that quick. I think that's a foul.
8 points.
I can see a red flag being raised. He's quickly out of the sand.
7 points.
2 more jumps though for the Armenian, who represents OAK Beograd.
7th position for Enterprise Sport and Service with 5 points. 8th out.
And just a reminder, live results and also updated cup standings can be found on the local organisers' website. Best way of doing it is go Playas de Castellón, ECCC 2026. And whichever search engine you're using, it should pop up right at the top. That's the best way. I could give you a very long URL, but let's just stick with the action. So, Nketiah. Looking forward to seeing him in the triple jump tomorrow. Well, they're just double checking it. That's very tight. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. I thought it was a foul, but it was close without a doubt.
There we go with the first leg of the 100 meters woman.
So now,
Lane 2, Rachel Maria.
well, we saw some of the additional races earlier. Now it's down to the serious stuff. Points at stake.
In lane 4, Jessica Smith for Prince Henry. Lane 5,
Come back to the long jump. Really entertaining contest, and also the women's pole vault going on in the field just very shortly.
Lane 7, Sofia Ilin for Juba School
Scanning across the women. Quickest woman in the field is in lane 5. You can see her there wearing the black kit of Harrow. Well, we should be seeing Darcy Kuipers there, but it does look as though it's Mary Jessup who's come in as a late replacement. Well, that'll cost Harrow points without a doubt. So just as I was saying that, Honor Russell of Players de Castellón takes the mantle of the quickest woman in this field. And it is Russell quickly away. Jessup also a good start. Now Russell starting to pull away. Very nice sprinting from the Spaniard. Sluter of the Prince Hendrik Club closes over the final 20 metres, but no doubt at all, almost from gun to tape, Honor Russell takes the plaudits. Unofficially, 11.18 seconds. 11.18, 11.89.
11.88 para Ona Rosell, que le da la victoria en esta primera ronda de los 100 metros lisos.
Well, we're not even halfway through proceedings today. But Russell, nice start from the Spaniard. Possibly going to see her on the anchor leg later on today when the 4x100 metres relay is contested. Good run in second. Was a following wind of 1.8 seconds, and Russell's time is adjusted to 11.88, which beats Jessica Sluter by a full 10th.
There we go with the start list of the Javelin final.
So the second final coming up very shortly.
In this Javelin woman final are throwing Siri Nicola for Jugoslavia, Kentuf Keilat, Anna Mari Nestica for Huesca Praga.
Also got the women's javelin just about to get underway. So it's all happening.
Jessica Barreira for Sporting Club de Portugal. Yara Wittstoff for Cal Spora.
Yulenis Aguilar for Diputación Valencia Club de Atletismo.
Women's javelin, probably one of the slightly less stronger field events.
Freya Jones for Harrow Athletic Club. Nisanur Akdogan for Enka Sport Club. The local athlete Carmen Jimenez for Players.
A few women who've thrown over 50 metres.
For Prince Hendrik and Ivana Duric.
Just switch back to the second of the women's 100 metre races. This contains all the fast women. Person to look out for is Tatiana Pinto. Ran 7.17 to equal the Portuguese record indoors. Coming back after some very difficult years. Has won European and World Championship 4x100 metre medals when she was representing Germany back about a decade ago. Changed last summer to Portugal, the nationality of her father. Also, Helena Gué, 11.40 woman, and alongside her for Brescia is Tatiana Pinto. Helena Gué of the Valencia club. And there's Gloria Hooper. Always an effervescent presence. Elif Polat. 11.52 woman at best, and on the outside, Molly O'Reilly, Dundrum South Dublin. keep an eye on lanes 4, 5 and 6. Pinto, Gouet and Hooper of the Sporting Club Portugal, Valencia and Brescia clubs. Starter looking very stern. Gouet away, the Spaniard away very quickly. Hooper now starting to close her down, but it's Pinto coming to the fore. Pinto, that sunburst of acceleration in the middle of the race. Hooper chasing, but it's Pinto for Sporting Club Portugal, followed home by Hooper for the Brescia club. 11.22 for Pinto. That's a great return to form. That's her quickest race for several years. She's had all sorts of injury problems and decided to switch nations, switch clubs. Used to compete for the Cologne club when she was representing Germany. Now moves south. She's wearing the green and white hoops of Sporting Club Portugal. Portugal just missed out on the title back in 2019 when they lost down to Enka. Doing well here, 11.21, and Hooper doing well at 11.26 as well. Gui won't be unhappy with that. Just 600ths outside her personal best. Opening throws in the javelin. So that was Favesi of Brescia, just over 40 metres, 40.36. Eva Conroy.
Gerson Valde for Sporting Club de Portugal is leading the long jump.
Eva Conroy, 26.99. So Conroy, not one of the stronger throwers, but gets a personal best. And I can tell you there are quite a few Dubliners in the audience here, not very far from me. Yeah, Jessica Pereira has improved this year. She's normally a multi-eventer, so this is a great addition, but she was throwing at the European Throwing Cup, and that is just over 45 metres at the European Throwing Cup. She did go out to 51.81. Pereira, 46.07, takes the lead. This early stage of the competition. That's out of the sector, so it's shown as a red flag. So Wintersdorf of Luxembourg, no mark for her. We've just seen the conclusion of two very good women's 100-metre races. Now we switch our attention to the men.
Start list of the 100-meter men final, the first of the two legs. In lane 3, Antonio Gargiulo for Enterprise Sport and Service. Lane 4, Gavin Duran for Dondrum South Dublin Athletics Club. Lane 5, David Wallig.
Quickest man. David Wallig of Spora, the Luxembourg club at 10.76.
And lane 7, Nilo.
There we go. We're just seeing the athletes presented. We just saw David Pessar there, the Bratislava club. Has run a personal best of 10.82 this year. Just 20 years of age. Pekka. And on the outside from the Tampere club, Nilo Helin. Slowest man in this field, but nevertheless, good opportunity to perhaps make an improvement on his personal best. From the inside, Gagilo. Been pulled back. Going to say from the inside, Gagilo of Enterprise Sport and Service, Doran of Dundrum, South Dublin, Wallig of Spora, Pekka of Bratislava, and Helin of Tampere. So just being called back. Just switch over to the women's pole vault now. As I say, there's a lot going on inevitably. We get a lot of events shoehorned into a very tight timetable. And the bar has now risen to 3.60 meters. We're looking at the pole vault. Switch back to the javelin. So that was Freya Jones from Harrow Athletics Club. Her first attempt. 56.53 her best, Jones. It looks as though we are missing Wallig from lane 5, just 4 men out there. So Gagilo Doran in lanes 3 and 4 from Enterprise Sport and Service and Dundrum, South Dublin. And we skip a lane, Pekka from Bratislava and Helin from Tampere. They're being asked to stand up again. Just to let you know that we didn't see the throw completed, but Freya Jones, 47.08, takes the lead. Not quite completed the first round. So that was what it was all about. Wallig is disqualified, that was why. Well, so that was what they was all about. Wallig got a full start with the first time of asking and given the red card. So they settle down once again. Gagilo Doran. Nobody in lane 5. Lane 6, Pekka of the Bratislava club. And on the outside, Helin of Tampere. Well, it's a very even race at this stage. Pekar and Bratislava starting to pull away now. 10.95 unofficially for the Slovak sprinter. These good sprinting conditions, 1.1 meters per second following wind.
For Slavia Bratislava, winning the first leg of the 100-meter men with 10.94.
Pekar, upright style. Useful win there for Pekar, just 20 years of age. But the real quick men are still to come, including a sub-10 man, Emmanuel Esame. So David Pekar, 10.94, one of the quickest times of his career. He'll be pretty happy with that. So, Juan Gea.
Para Joan Gea, el atleta del Playas de Castellón, en la final masculina de longitud, es tercero en la clasificación provisional con 7.47.
Sixth round effort for Juan Gea.
Y dura para Joan Gea.
Crowd are behind him. Down in third place at the moment. Needs to improve on 7.47. Not sure that does make an improvement for the Spaniard. In front of him, Nakatier, 7.55. And then out considerably in front, 8.01, Gerson Balde, one of the best ever jumps ever seen in this European Champions Clubs Cup competition.
And there we go with the second leg of the 100 meters.
So, solid way to finished, 7.57. Indeed, it was a 10 centimetre improvement, and it does take him up into second place. I didn't think he was quite as far as his earlier jump. Nevertheless, on the run-up. We're looking at the men's 100 metres, but they're waiting for
Second leg of the 100 meters for the men are.
And I can tell you, while we're looking at the 100 metres men, gets a foul. I just wonder whether they're just going to get this race underway, or perhaps even wait for Gerson Balde to finish off this long jump competition. Certainly deserves his moment in the sun after that 8.01 opener. Very much so far, that 8.01 performance of the afternoon, but we're only really halfway through this competition on the first of 2 days. So that's Harry Taylor being introduced to the crowd. 10.35 man, went to the World University Games last year, made the semi-finals in the 100. And on the outside, Kijanovic. So Kubilek on the inside, better known as a 200-metre man. Then Emmanuel Esame, 9.96 Esame. Just think about that. And he's run 10.02 this year. And these are good conditions for sprinting. Alongside Esame, Jaime Sancho, 10.28 man. Ertan Kozan of Enka, 10.27. Then Taylor and Kijanovic in lanes 6 and 7. Just 6 men in this race. And they're away very quickly. Esame gets a good start. So too does Ozcan. But Esame now really powering it on, showing his class, tearing away. 10.02 unofficially. That smashes the cup record. That cup record of 10.12 has been held by Osmond de Zinwer and Dwayne Chambers from 1993 and 2:01, 20:01, and that makes those marks history. Well, I was talking about Gerson Balde's 8:01 being the mark of the competition so far. That's just been supplanted by that absolutely thrilling run. 10:01 for Emmanuel Esame. He's been under 10 about half a dozen times, but that's a great run from the French-based Cameroonian running for Sporting Club Portugal. Great start from the Turk in lane 5, but over the second half of the race there was no stopping SMA. Well, SMA won the African 100 metres title just a couple of weeks ago in Accra. He's been flying around the world. He's had a great season so far, SMA. And that just adds lustre to it. 5th at the World Indoor Championships over 60 metres. But really, that was a race won over the second half. Ozcan drifting back after battling over the first 50 metres, and he is really a 60-metre man. 10:40, Kubelik 10:55. So Jessica Barrera, saw her a little bit earlier. Barrera, 4th place at the moment with 46.07. Yes, unpacking what went wrong there. I think she knows the angle of release was not quite what it should be.
47:30 for Jessica Barreira for Sporting Club de Portugal. Jumps to the second.
So Barrera does improve to 47:30 though. She's about 4.5 metres down on her personal best, but she is using this competition really just to sharpen up for her multi-events competitions. Wonder if we're going to see her in Gotsis next week. I haven't checked the start list. Well, that was Jana Wintersdorf. Second red flag for her. Now she'll need to play it safe with a third effort, otherwise she will get 0 points. Now, Yulenimis Aguilar. She really is the class act in this competition. 64-metre thrower at best. Former Cuban. Took second a few years ago at the Pan American Games. I think that's taken her straight into the lead. Still quite a high angle of release. You can see those holiday residences. There's quite a lot of built-up buildings around this stadium. Of course, Castellón, very, very popular holiday destination, about an hour north of Valencia. And the men's shot put. Well, no sooner have we finished one event than we get on with another. I'll tell you what, the stadium is still buzzing from watching Emmanuel Esame fly to 10:02. See the up-to-date standings in the men's and women's events. In the women's, Sporting Club Portugal in the lead, just like in the men's, just 2 points ahead of Valencia. But I do hate to remind you, a very long way to go. There's 3 events undergone.
with the start list of the shot put men final.
So, Kanjevac of Belgrade improved during the winter to 17.41 indoors. There's Ronnie Boltgen. 10.50 man. Miguel Gomez, 10.30. The Spanish under-23 record holder. He set that a few years ago. Zanko Arnodov, at his best about a decade ago, 21.56. More usually throwing in the 18-19 meter range these days. Just saw there Giorno Veloci, who'll also be doing the discus. Piriselin of Tamparin. Ozdemir of the Enka Sports Club. So Ozdemir, 17 meter man. Adrian Baran of Bratislava. He's been throwing close to 18 meters this year. Then just rounding off the 11 men, Manik Ruby of Brno, Zach Davis of Harrow, and Lachlan Regan of Dundrum South Dublin.
In first position, Sporting Clube de Portugal, 32 points. Second place, Enka Sport Club, 30 points. Faxa Playas de Castellón in third position with 26 points. Fourth position for Harrow Athletic Club, 23 points.
So, Playas de Castellón currently leading the women's event.
Points. Sixth, Universitat Brno, 17 points. In seventh position, Tampere Pirinto, 15 points.
Carmen Jimenez down in 10th place at the moment, though.
13 points.
She's a
Ninth, Enterprise
43 meter thrower. Needs to be throwing around that to get into the top 8. This is possibly an event where Playas might concede points to the chasers. Well, Micah de Grau, who finished second in the discus, was supposed to come next, but she looks as though, I think she's past her second round effort. I think she's just really throwing for the point to make sure Prince Hendricks gets a point. And this is Ivana Duric. Good opening effort. 53.40 for Duric. In second place at the moment.
The women clubs leading Sporting Clube de Portugal, 35 points. Second position for Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo, 33 points. Third for Prince Hendrik, 28 points. The same points as the fourth Enka Sport Club, 28 points. Jugatskolan Kenta Aurelia, 24 points. In fifth position, sixth position for Atletica Brescia, 23 points. Seventh position for Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club with 18 points. Eighth, Playas de Castellón with 17 points. Also eighth, Slavia Bratislava with 17 points.
So, Siri Nicola, 38.95 with her second effort, which was actually 3 centimetres better than her first.
12,
No.
Athletics Club with 13
Well,
points.
I think that's going to be around the 44 metre mark. So a good improvement from her and maybe a personal best. Head-on shot doesn't tell us very much. Well, I can tell you, Nicola, 44.67. That's a personal best by over 2 metres for the Finn. So good competition from her, however it unravels from here. Unravels, I should say, unfolds really. So, Neshtika of the USK Paraha Club drops down at around the 40 metre mark. 42.36. So that's a personal best by just over a metre for Neshtika. So the javelin throwers enjoying these conditions.
The women final now is jumping over 3 meters and 80 centimeters.
So the Prince Hendrik pole vaulter.
Now it's getting ready, Sanne Rombouts for Prince Hendrik.
This is Sanne Rombouts.
380.
And if you've got good hearing, you can hear the stadium announcer announcing the height. It is indeed 3 meters 80. Rombouts, personal best of 4:23. Taking her time. These are good conditions for vaulting. Nice and warm. Just got it wrong when she was in the air. Looked good on the run-up, planted well. So failure to her name, but she does have, of course, and I'm sure most of you all know this, 2 further efforts.
Getting ready for the 3rd attempt in the javelin.
So Naira Perez came in at 360 and straight over. 430 vaulter at best, and nicely done there at 380. No problems for Perez.
Getting ready for the 3rd attempt in the javelin final.
Perez, just 20 years of age.
2 fouls for her in the 2 first attempts.
So this sporter athlete from Luxembourg. Jana Wintersdorf. 2 fouls so far. Oh, we're switching back. This is the Sporting Club vaulter, Joanna Barreto. Made hard work of clearing 360 on the 3rd attempt. Had a first-time failure, so this is her 2nd attempt.
380, Joanna Barreto, Sporting Club de Portugal.
Oh no, just looks as though she didn't have the confidence there.
380, she has 1 attempt left.
Has cleared 390, 2-time Portuguese champion. Went over 378 indoors in Braga, so operating close to her limit at the moment, but 1 more attempt for Barreto. So Apollina Svabikova took 3rd place last year at the European Under-20 Championships. Younger sister, of course, of the very well-known and European Indoor Championships medalist Amalie Svabikova. Just 20 years of age. I would imagine that next year she might be, if her trajectory continues, a medal contender at the European Under-23 Championships. Oh, superb jump. Gets it right at the 2nd time of asking at 380. No problems for her. And what I do admire about Svabikova is that she wasn't planning on any heroics, came in at 360, just made sure she's getting the points. Now, Praha wouldn't expect them necessarily to be in contention for the podium, but they're looking for a good place. They are perennial contenders, or certainly were back in the 2010s in this competition, especially in the women's competition. And this is Rombuds, who we saw just a moment ago, having a first-time failure at 380. Just taking her time. Does look as though she's having an issue with the sun in her eyes. As we said, that's the same for all vaulters. 26 years of age. This is her first competition of the year, indoors or out. Her personal best of 4:23 dates back to 2023.
She is getting ready for the third attempt.
Hasn't been over 4 meters since the middle of 2024, so the best part of 2 years. So on current form, this could be a tricky defining height for Sanna Rombuds. Late arrival in the sport, only started competing in athletics and the pole vault when she was 23 years of age 3 years ago. Focusing, taking her time, as she's allowed to do. Something's disturbing her, she's not happy at all. Maria Perez taking the opportunity just to adjust, I should say, her marker. Finally, Rombuds. I'm trying to see a clock, I can't see it at this distance. Clearly she has been allowed extra time by the judges. Maybe there was just taking their time getting the bar back up and adjusting the stanchions. In the meantime, the women are out on the track for the 800 meters.
Participating in the 800 meters, women are getting ready in the lanes. We will start the event. The girls participating.
Well, this is going to be a very busy race. 13 women have been shoehorned into 8 lanes here. So 5 lanes being shared. Quicker runners, including Patricia Silva, the World Indoor Championships bronze medalist, have got a lane to themselves, but otherwise you're having to rub shoulders with a rival. And you can see there Well, they're giving a full lineup.
Cervena Zvezda and Veronika Petraskova for Club Braga.
I hope you're listening there, but those are the 13 women. Petraskova of Praha and Vukovic of Crvena Zvezda are on the inside lane. Pindrova and Cooper. And they're away. Ciccone, Ikonen, Rodriguez, Vidak, Silva, O'Donoghue, Schmid, Toptas and Almici. And straight into the lead is Daly Cooper. She's a 1:58.16 runner. 24 years of age now. Another Cuban. Ran recently a personal best over 1,500 meters of 4:06. So she's got the strength to just drag it out. And probably there's only one or two women behind her who can stay with this sort of pace. Silva will be doing double duty in the 1,500 meters as well. And this is quick for this race. 59.44. That is quick indeed for this level of racing. But it is Daly Cooper. Well, it's been a few years since the 24-year-old ran 1:58.16, but she's really thrown down the gauntlet, and the only women to follow her are the Pliers runner, Andrea Rodriguez and Patricia Silva. And just remember, Silva as well recently ran a 1,500 personal best of 4:02 as well. Now Silva's going past Rodriguez. She's starting to chase down Cooper. Cooper just coming into the home straight. 120 meters to go. This is going to be very quick indeed. And Cooper may well be pulling away, and this could be a real upset. Cooper of Valencia. Cooper is just pulling away. An absolutely terrific performance from Cooper. A sub-2. What an outstanding run by Daly Cooper. Well, there haven't been too many sub-2 minute 800 meters in the European Champions Clubs Cup. Cup record 1:57. 1:57.63 by Jolanda Cheplak from 2002. Well, Cheplak, it has to be said, later served a drugs ban, so you can take that at face value. Cooper, though, 1:59.82. Oh. Well, that really was a daily dose imposed on the rest of the field, and she just flew out. Cooper, terrific performance from the Cuban running for the Spanish club, Diputación Valencia. And she looks so calm and collected. Silva, I think, didn't quite know what to do with the break. And perhaps missed a chance to get up on the shoulder. Should have closed her down on that first lap and just left herself too much to do down the home straight. Silva, well, got 12 points for Sporting Club, but the world indoor medalist is defeated here in Castellón. So a big surprise there. Cooper, well, she hasn't been running quite as quick as her 1:58 for a year or two, but maybe it was an indicator of her strength, that recent personal best over 1,500 meters. Well, Silva fortunately still looks as though she's got plenty left in the tank. So that's Svabikova. Apollona Svabikova.
Great jump for Apollona.
Over 4 meters, as you can see there on the infield scoreboard. Nicely done for the Praha athlete.
Over 4 meters for Monica Clemente.
Just a bit of a sloppy first attempt at 380, but no trouble at all at the second attempt. Maria Clemente will be up next.
En esta Copa de Europa de Clubes, en la final de la pértiga femenina, Mónica Clemente. para el Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo. Primer salto para ella.
So Clemente of the Valencia club. Well, she's taking a chance. She's decided to come in at this height. I wonder whether that's wise. We've seen some of the other athletes like Svabikova come in a little bit earlier. Naira Perez as well, taking no chances. The Playas de Castellón athlete. Clemente obviously feeling confident. Now Clemente, Spain's #1 pole vaulter at the moment. Oh, that's why she was confident. Well, be very interested to know what's been going on in her training, because that was an excellent effort. She knew what she was doing. I had my doubts and I was proven wrong. A terrific jump, very nicely put together there.
Jumping for Faxa Playas de Castellón. And another great jump, 4 meters for the athlete.
And from one Spaniard to another, Naira Perez follows for Playas de Castellón very comfortably as well. So saying these are excellent conditions, and the way Perez is jumping, well, she's got a best which she set indoors at 4:30. Maybe she can challenge that. The javelin is still, of course, going on, and the men's shot put as well. We'll bring you up to date with those as we go along. Confirmation of the results, though. Daley Cooper, a Cuban, running for Valencia club, 1:59.82. That was a terrific performance from Cooper, beating out a woman who, as I said, back in March, took a World Indoor Championships bronze in Torun in Poland. So Sporting Club holding off Valencia at the moment by 1 point. Enka, winners the last time this was held back in 2019, back on 36 points. And the men's 1500 meters on the far side of the stadium. It's a rather splendid stadium.
Getting ready for
Gaita Uruguay track has hosted this competition twice before, in 2019 and 2009, so this is the third time in which the best clubs in Europe have made their way to Castellón. So 11 men in this race. Person to look out for, Nuno Pereira, Sporting Club Portugal, a man who's run 3:32. Well, 1500 meters, long distance races, these sort of competitions have a tendency to be tactical, but I wonder if Pereira's just going to take this out and it become a type of time trial. There's one man who could follow him, Mehmet Selik of Enka. He's a 3:35 man. Those are the real fast men in this field. Pereira already had an outing this year over 1500 meters, 3:39. Keep an eye on the clock. I'm just wondering whether it will turn into a time trial or more likely perhaps a tactical race. But Pereira's got all the weapons to come out in front in a field like this. Having said that, we were expecting his teammate Patricia Silva to win in the 800 meters, and it wasn't to be. Well, this is clearly at this stage going to be a tactical race. Just bearing in mind that the personal bests stretch from 3:32 to well outside 4 minutes, and everyone in contention there. There are men in this field who haven't run under 4 minutes for 1500 meters. leading the way at the moment on the inside. Nemanja Serovac, very storied junior career, now 32 years of age.
After the first
So to the
10
four.
Matus Bakulik is leading this final for Slavia Bratislava.
It's Bubalik of Bratislava. Yes. Just checking my notes. Pereira in third at the moment. It's still Bubalik leading the way. He's certainly injected a little bit of pace, made it a bit more reasonable, strung out the field. It's Josic of Enterprise Sport and Service, the Italian in second place at the moment in the white vest, but now Pereira's coming up. So 1:56 after 700 meters. Not super quick by any stretch of the imagination. It was a pretty sedentary first lap. It's going to be a terrific last lap burn up. There's still a lot of men in contention here. And even though some of these men don't have great credentials over 1,500 meters, a few of them have got some very useful 800 meter times. And I would imagine that the likes of Pereira, Selic and one or two others will not want to leave it until the last 200 or 300 meters, because that'll open it right up. Split screen, you can see Arnadov of Sporting Club coming around to hear the bell. Well, getting the cheers from the crowd. It's the Harrow man, Cameron Riley, who leads them through the bell.
Last turn for the athletes, leading.
And Riley,
Università Brno.
he's a useful athlete at 3:47.88, a personal best, first 1,500 meters of the year. We're looking at Svabikova now, with the bar having got up to 4:10. As the conclusion of the 1,500 meters, it's boiling down to three men. Pereira now taking the lead, Selic up on his shoulder. Players Mohamed Sebi trying to stay with the leading pair, but the tall, long-legged Nuno Pereira is battling with the shorter, tenacious Mehmet Selic. This is a real battle to the line. It looks as though it's going to be Selic who takes it. Selic takes it. 11 points for Enka. 3:51.06 unofficially. Nuno Pereira, well, two races in quick succession, has seen the favourites from Sporting Club Portugal defeated. Yeah. Enka, what a fantastic tradition they have. Perennial representatives in European club competitions, although it was Fenerbahce who ran Players Castellón so close back in 2019. So this is Monica Clemente, nicely over 4:20. Well, he won't be too worried about the time, getting good points for his club and doing well. Also, Monica Clemente.
Great final that won. Three athletes trying to win this event.
Well, this women's pole vault,
Getting ready.
it's already been going on about 2 hours. So we're down to just 3 women now.
Left.
Perez. It's a first-time failure at 420, but she also had a failure at 410. She pushed the bar up. She had good clearance at 4 meters, though, which you saw. So Perez, one more attempt at this height. Clemente and Svabikova comfortably over. So Perez secure in third place. Now Jessica Barrera. In the fourth round now, so the field has been slimmed down to 8 throwers. Barrera currently in 8th place with second round 47.30. Leading the way, Yulenmis Aguilar, 57.56. Barrera doing great service for a club and improves to 49.25. That takes her up to 4th place. Big leap there from 8th to 4th. And a fist bump from a coach. So now it's Anna Liakova.
As you can see, the women for the 3,000 meters are already in the track, warming up for the
Liakova looking pensive. Just waiting for the score to go up. .23 years of age, Anu Liakova. She gets 48.87 to her name, so an improvement for her. And she overtakes a couple of throwers. She's now in 5th place. No, Agdogan. 48.36 in the last round, and that got her into the top 8. It's confirmation, Mehmet Selik, 3:51.05, just edging out Nuno Pereira, the 3:32 man, by a handful of hundredths, all the way down to Jarkko Järvinen bringing up the rear for Tamperen. So men's Sporting Club de Portugal, 42, Enka 41. Really tight at the top. Really entertaining 1,500 meters there. Early stage of the race. As the closing stage is that real great battle for the line from Selik and Pereira. Selik last year did win a World University Games bronze medalist. Was certainly not writing him off, but Pereira, with that 3:32 to his name, was very much the favourite over the 5 times Turkish champion. But it was the diminutive Turk, 24 years of age, who came out on top. Well, while those track events have been going on, we've been having action in the shot put circle as well.
Vaya salto de Nayara Pérez. Se lo había jugado Nuno en 4:10 y pasó. Nuno en 4:20 y pasó. Tenía un intento.
So Zach Davis, 16:10 for Zach Davis.
Para el Faxa Playas de Castellón. Todavía quedan en competición 2 atletas en la pértiga. Turno para Apolena.
We just saw there Lochlade Regan. 7:22 for Regan. He's just really filling in, making sure that Dundrum South Dublin get a point. So next track event, the women's 3,000 meters.
Are running the 3,000 meters for the women. First we have
So on the inside, we're just looking at her.
Clube de Portugal.
Chiara Spagnola,
Carla Masí,
Brescia,
para el Diputación
Brescia
Valencia
1950,
Club de Atletismo.
giving an indication of the date that the club was founded.
For Enca Sports Club.
Just a 9:30
Holly Carroll for
runner.
Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club. Marit Griep for Prince Hendrik. Claudia Corral para el Playas de Castellón. Karin Suranova.
Looking also
for
at
Slavia
Kirsty
Bratislava.
Foster,
Heidi
Harrow
Hatamaki
Athletic Club
for Jyväskylä,
runner.
Kenter Helia.
Has run
Victoria
9:24.39 this year,
Koplova, Club
personal
Praga.
best.
Charlene Tegenet for Cal Spora. Iva
In these
Kosanovic
hot conditions,
for
it's still
Teresin
about 24
Delta.
degrees. Don't expect this to be a quick race. But sometimes it can be really engaging races as well. As flitting along, Eva Kosanovic, probably one of the outsiders. Charlene Duganay of Spora, Victoria Kokodova, Prague, Kamaki of Jyväskylä, Soranova of Bratislava, Claudia Corral of Playas de Castellón, and of course going to get plenty of cheers over 7.5 laps of the track. Marit Griep of Prince Hendrik, Dutch runner. Holly Carroll, Dundrum South Dublin. Tugba Yengen, better known as Tugba Govenka, better known as a steeplechaser as well. He was European Under-23 champion over the barriers back in 2015 and World University Games champion in 2017. Carla Nassib of Valencia and Tejas Gebriwet, which is an interesting signing on the outside for Sporting Club de Portugal. The 19-year-old Ethiopian has a best of 8:46.98, so by far and away the quickest woman in this race. She'll be looking forward to the World Under-20 Championships coming up in Eugene in July, when she is selected. Of course, Ethiopia, such a wealth of talent over the distances. She'd probably go there as one of the main medal contenders. Now, the big question is, what does Gebriwet do? Is she going to be content to just sit in there? No, it doesn't look like she is. She's quickly moved to the front. Up there as well, the Valencia athlete, Carla Massi. Well, Gebriwet, having got to the front, seems to be content now just to see how things unfold. Claudia Corral, 9:27 runner, ran that indoors this year, so in good shape, the 24-year-old Spaniard. As we see Maria Perez there. Well, didn't see the attempt, but judging from her demeanour and the look on her face, I think that's a third consecutive failure, her second failure at 4:20. So she finishes third with a best of 4 meters. But Svabikova and Clemente both over at 4:20. And there we can see Svabikova just crossing your picture on the right-hand side. Bar's going to go up to 4:30. Meanwhile, well, they're just trudging around, fairly leisurely. This isn't really bothering anybody. One or two of the runners drifting off the back. Kosanovic and Dagunay, the Serbian and Luxembourg athletes, getting detached from the main pack, but still 11 runners all together at the moment. There's 2 women in the vault. We'll give you an update, though, where we're watching this, of what's going on in the shot put. Arnadov leading the way with 17.95. Second place at the moment. Adrian Baran of Bratislava, 17.35. So those are the top two. Pretty closely matched. Several of the other men in the 16s. So if not a spectacular competition, certainly a tight one. Battling for the points in the men's shot put. This is the Harrow athlete. Going to the 4, Christy Foster. Clearly not happy with the pace. And Foster can certainly look at getting very good points here, probably in the double figures for Harrow. Corral, Gebruet tucked in behind the Briton. Going into the circle now. Marek Hubry of the Brno club. 15.73, is in 7th place at the moment, but wants to improve with his 3rd attempt because there's quite a few men who can throw over 16 and possibly nudge him down a place or perhaps even out of the top 8. So Ruby going into the circle. Still Christy Foster leading the way at the moment.
She is going to have one more attempt of 4:30. And now is getting ready for the second attempt over 4:30, Mónica Clemente for the Fundación Valencia Club Atletismo.
So Foster's certainly injected a bit of pace into this. 4 laps to go. Going through 1,400 meters unofficially in 4:36. And she certainly made this a decent race. Some of the women at the back of this group struggling to hang on. Well, Clemente. So this is Clemente's second attempt at 4 meters 30. Slavikova's had 2 failures. Oh, Clemente goes clear. And that, if you'll pardon the perhaps overused pun, puts her in pole position. Certainly takes the initiative in this competition. Good run up, good plan. Oh, nice clearance. I know it's 4:20, 4:30 I should say, but it does have Mondo Duplantis aspects to it. 3 laps to go in the women's 3,000 meters, 1,200 meters. Now it's Claudia Corral wearing the hat. Being shadowed metaphorically and literally by Terhas Gebruet. Well, I thought it was a failure at 4:20 for the woman looking at Naira Perez, but in fact, there was nothing to suggest, but she'd actually had the bar raised and went home 4:25. So she's actually in second place at the moment. Svervikova has to go clear at 4:30 to stay in the competition. One final attempt for Svervikova. Perez has passed it 4:30, and will attempt a personal best of 4:35 as we come up 2 laps to go now. Well, after that sedentary opening lap, opening 1,600 meters, this has been a pretty decent race. And now it's Gebriwet taking the lead and really going through the gears. Gebriwet working really hard now. As we look at Svabikova, 3rd and final attempt. No, so she finishes in 3rd place. So just the 2 Spaniards remain. Clemente over 4:30 and Perez over 4:25. But it's the Ethiopian running for Sporting Club de Portugal, Tejas Gebriwet, who is really dragged the guts out of this field. 500 meters to go. Carla Masip desperately hanging on. Well, this is going to be a big personal best for Masip if she can carry on like this. Gebriwet, well, she's an 8:48 runner. We were expecting her to really impose her authority on this field. Corral as well, doing extremely well behind her. Corral holding her form in 3rd place at the moment, and there's a battle royal behind her for the minor places, 4th and 5th. But it's Gebriwet as we look at the line up for the men's high jump. Let's just keep focused on the women's 3,000 meters for the moment. Gebriwet working really hard. This is a great run, especially over this second half of the race from Gebriwet. Gebriwet just starting ever so slightly to show the strain on her face. Coming through though, and a very confident run indeed. And it's going to be maximum points for Sporting Club de Portugal thanks to Tejas Gebriwet. And behind her, Masip. I think that's a big personal best for Masip. Masip, better known as a 1,500 meter runner. Hasn't run too many 3,000 meters, but that is a good run from the Valencia athlete. So Gebriwet, just 19 years of age. Well, doesn't look too out of breath either. 9:22:20 the official time. At the early stage of the race, this is when the pace wasn't too frantic. At this stage, Masip just taking very careful control of what's going on. There's a 4:10 1,500 meter runner and a 2:04 800 meter runner, so she's got some finishing speed. This is the middle part of the race when Foster from the Harrow Club injected some pace and made it an honest race. A crucial part of the race with 2 laps to go when Gebriwet moved to the front, only Masip following her. But the languid, fluid style of Gebriwet is just a joy to watch with that wonderful running action. No problems for her in the end. We'll bring you up to date with the men's high jump as we go along. However, we've got the women's triple jump just about to start. Now that the pit has been raked and the men's in the long jump have gone to one side.
Portugal, Spora. Por Diputación de Valencia, Club de Atletismo, Naroa Forundarena. Lena Spikova por Slavia Bratislava. Adelaide Komtoboju for Harrow Athletic Club.
There you can hear the athletes being introduced. Molly Mullally. Sorry, my apologies. We have had a change in the start order, so that's slightly thrown me, I'm afraid.
For Prince Hendrik Daniel Speck. Katarina Turdevich for
Daniel Speck of Prince Hendrik.
Femina Arju for Juvaskulian Kental Helian. Emma Mastalirova for Sportivni.
Privana Saverda. Here's the
Alice Rodiani for
Brescia athlete, Alice Rodiani.
Molly Mullally for Dundrum.
Here's his Molly Mullally of Dundrum, South Dublin. I have to confess, we've had quite a few changes in the starting order that from what we got first thing this morning, and so I do apologise. Been caught out once or twice, trying to keep everything going. Confirmation, Tejas Gebriwet, 9:22.20, and a big personal best for Carla Masip. Just wondering when this heralds a move up in distance for Masip. So the first person to take the run up in the women's triple jump. Very familiar figure of Evelise Vega. 14:32 for Vega. Better known at the moment as a long jumper, and she will be in the long jump tomorrow. There you go. Celebrated her 30th birthday back in March. She was the World University Games triple jump champion back in 2019. But as I say, has tended to focus on the long jump in recent years. The personal best of 14:32 did come back in 2019. So a foul there, pulled out halfway through. So last year, she had a best in the triple at 13:24. Hasn't competed for almost a year in the triple. She's had a couple of good long jump outings.
In the shot put men final, Miguel Gomez.
So, foul for Vega.
They will have the throw for the Faxa players de Castellón thrower. His fourth after 4 attempts.
And that's so Melody Coffey of Luxembourg Sporter Club. 12:54 jumper. It's great experience for the 22-year-old. She's already won 10 Luxembourgese titles, so same problem befell her as Vega. Just couldn't really deliver after the first phase. That 12:54, I can tell you, is Luxembourg national record in the triple jump. Just wondering whether we'll see her in the European Small States Championships, which are next weekend and which will be streamed live on the European Athletics YouTube channel. So this is Nara Furundarina, hails from the Basque Country, competing for Valencia. So a foul for her as well. So to be the turn next to Vlina Supikova of the Bratislava club, hopefully to try and get a valid jump in. And there is Supikova. She's chosen to go off the forward board. Two boards out there, catering for two different calibers of jumper. It's her first triple jump competition of the year. So, Supikova gets the first valid jump in, 11.73, modest mark, but at least a valid one. Adelaide Mitawoji of Harrow. Upright running stance. Comes off the first board. Yes, thought it was. It's over the board and a red flag.
We have the first leg of the
For Mitawoji. Two more jumps though. Could get good points for Harrow in this competition. Mitawoji has a best of 13.62.
Club Praga. In lane 6, Evelyn Quick, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club. Lane 5,
and there's a few Harrow supporters in the stands there as well. Certainly getting behind her.
Lane 4, Edanur Tulum, Enka Sport Club. And last, lane 3, Charlene Lefebvre for Cal Sport.
So, well, all the field event action continues. We're back on the track with the women's 400 metres. So the fastest woman on personal best, Tulum of Turkey. From the inside, Lefebvre of Spora, Tulum of Enka, Kapunovic of Crevena Cerveda, Quick, wonderfully named for this event, Dundrum South Dublin, Olubarova of the USK Prague Club, and on the outside, Virolainen as well, just out of camera shot. Two women on the outside, Olubarova and Virolainen, running out of the shade as the sun starts just ever so slightly to dip. Of course, it's probably around 9:45 local time, that's Central European time, before sunset. So running well at the moment, it is the Czech athlete, Vera Holubarova. Not the quickest woman in this field, but she's really flying down the back straight. She's had a good 150 meters, the Czech athlete from the USK Prague club. Battling away. Looking good at the moment. And she's got a big lead. A good 5 meter plus lead over the rest of this field in this first of two 400 meter races. Now it's Lefebvre. I should say Tullum working hard. Now Tullum up on the shoulder of Holubarova. But Holubarova's found another gear as Tullum tires. It's the Czech runner Holubarova taking it from Kapunovic, who came through strongly over the final 50 meters, and Tullum drifted back to third. 54.56, just outside her personal best for Vera Holubarova of the USK Prague club. So she waited until that race was over. Applies Castellón's Calonge. Jumped 13.28 indoors, a personal best. And 13.15 for Calonge. Helpful wind on her back. We've not seen too many windy efforts. Tugba Danismas, though, the 2023 European Indoor Champion, go out to 14.03 with the previous jump, though. So Danielle Speck of the Prince Hendrik Club from the Netherlands. 12.88 her best, so one of the more modest jumpers in this field.
9th position for Harvard Athletic Club with 28 points. 10th position, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club, 28 points as well. 23 points for Slavia Bratislava in the 11th
Speck
place.
is waiting to see her mark come up as we move back to the track.
22 points, and in 13th position, Kalspora with 7 points.
Now this could be a very quick 400 meters. Just seeing the result there of the first race. Holubarova confirmed 54.56. Kapunovic closing quickly, 54.76, just beating out Tullum, the Turk having to settle for third place. That'll mean lost points for Enka. They are in first place in the women's triple jump, thanks to Tugba Danismas. But probably hoping for a few more points, perhaps coming home in front in that race from Tullum. Enka, not necessarily the favourites to defend their title. Enka having won back in the women's competition back in 2019. Certainly I think they'll be looking to get on the podium, perhaps a top 3 placing. Just holding up the start of the women's 400 meters for a moment. Katarina Đurđević of Crvena Prevena Savada. Prowling about on the triple jump run-up, just waiting. I think I saw her out of the corner of my eye taking a jump, just waiting for the result to come up.
With the start list of the 400-meter women, the second leg.
I can tell you it was 12:24.
Running Andrea.
So we are getting back to the track.
Lane 7, Ana Diputación, Valencia Atletismo. Lane 6, Carmen Avilés.
Screaming there is for Ana Prieto of Valencia. On her inside, Carmen Avilés, Spanish international. Perhaps the favourite, Anna Pollinari, was fourth in the European Team Championships last year. The Italian setting a personal best of 50.76. Sofia Lavrashina on her inside.
And lane 2, Victoria Krobova, Slavia Bratislava.
And Rachel McCann of Harrow and Victoria Korbova of Bratislava. Well, Pollinari European Championships and European Indoor Championships medals as part of the Italian 4x4 relay. Used to represent the famed Carabinieri club, but transferred recently to Brescia. Set a personal best of 50.76 in the European Championships last year in Madrid. So it's Korbova, McCann, Lavrashina, Pollinari, Avilés, Prieto, and Boomer on the outside of the Prince Hendrik Club. And Prieto starting very well at this moment. She's closed down Boomer on her outside. Also, as expected, Pollinari. Pollinari now right up on the shoulder of Avilés, and Avilés is a very experienced Spanish international. Now Pollinari, 250 metres gone, 150 metres to go, and it's Pollinari now edging in front as they come into the home straight. Lavrashina battling back, Lavrashina running a very, very good bend. It's Lavrashina on her inside, Pollinari on the outside, battling away, and Lavrashina now, a terrific run. Lavrashina, big personal best for her. Lavrashina ran a Portuguese indoor record, 51.85, 87, sorry, just misreading my notes. Lavrashina ran a Portuguese indoor record of 51.87 during the winter. That was her personal best at the time. She's really doing extremely well. Now 22 years of age, Sofia Lavrashina. Well, almost snuck up, unheralded. Pollinari over the first 250, 300 metres. Looked as though she was going to run away from it. But Lavrashina ran a much more measured race and had plenty in the tank come the last 50. And a good personal best for Lavrashina. Well, when you consider that the Cup Championship Cup record is 50.53, held by the venerable Marie Jose Perez in 1991, that augurs well for Sofia Lavrashina. 51.35. Well, Aguilar, 57.56 in the end for Aguilar. Didn't need to throw over 60 metres on this occasion.
Last chance for him in this shot putman final.
Indeed, Aguilar passed her 6th attempt. Freya Jones came through strongly. Final attempt at 54.62. Season's best for her. That took her up into 2nd place. And Ivana Duric, 54.10. Also in the final round, so there was some good throwing in the final round. So the Privena Svezda athlete. Gana Duric taking 11 points. So this is Brescia jumper. Rodiani. Been a few hold-ups in this first round as the track events have got underway. 12:31.
Getting ready for the last attempt.
Rodiani.
Oddemir for Enka Sport Club in the shot put men final.
Very quickly, we're going to get on to the men's 400 meters.
So there we have the last attempt for the Enka Sports Club. Throw second in this shot put men final, waiting to know the measure of this last attempt.
The men's high jump in its early stages. We've got some good jumpers in here. Men who are capable of jumping 2 meters 20 plus, but we're at 185 at the moment. As I said, rather than give you a long internet address URL, just Google search for Pliers de Castellón ECCC. Yeah, 3 C's, 2026, and they'll take you through to the competition homepage. And from there you can see the live results.
For Karl Spora. Lane for Adam Shevchik for Universidad Brno. And lane 3, Kale for Tamperin Pirinko.
So this is the first of 2 men's 400 meter races. Yagis Canley of Enka in personal best of under 47 seconds. From the inside, it's Rotala of Tamperin, Sevic of Brno, Lassine of Spora, Canley, Enka, and Sudassi of Enterprise Sport and Service, the Italian club. There's 5 men in this first race. Keep an eye on Canley in lane 6. Sudassi has also run under 48 seconds this year. And it is Canley who at the moment is starting to charge down Sudassi at the 200 meter mark. Canley of Enka. Been in Turkish international relay teams in the past. Battling with Sudassi on the outside. Sudassi with that rather laboured, almost agonising style, not the smoothest, with his head thrown back, but it is effective. And Sudassi now starting to move away, and it is Sudassi who's going to get the verdict from Canley. And that is a huge personal best for Sudassi. He's broken 47 seconds for the first time. A magnificent run from the Italian, Mohamed Sudassi. Racing for Enterprise Sport and Service. 46.59. Takes almost half a second off his personal best. And I dare say, I think Canley in second has got a personal best as well. If not, he's run very close to it. It was all about these 2 men in the outside 2 lanes, battling away. It was Canley who ran the first 200 metres hardest.
With 46.59.
And Sudassi sensed he was on his shoulder. I'm sure he knew he was there from about 100, 150 metres into the race, and just fought right the way to the line, tooth and nail.
realizar.
That was a terrific head-to-head duel over one lap of this track. But the verdict goes to Mohamed Soudassi.
Realizar su segundo intento.
And I can tell you, Canley did get a personal best as well, 46.77. And further down the field, personal best as well for Lassine of Spora and Sevic of Brno. So back to the women's triple. This is Nida Palonge. Close to a personal best with that first round, 13.15. Palonge just 18 years of age, so she will be eligible for the World Under-20 Championships. It did show up as 13.15, and looks as though it's been given as a foul on review. She's got 13.11 now. Went to last year's European Under-20 Championships, but didn't get out of qualifying. So this is Supikova. It's a foul for Supikova, yep. So after that superb A race, B race I should say, this is the A race coming up. And I think those times from the leading pair of Soudassi and Senley will stand up for good points. Soudassi 46.59, Canley 46.77. So this is Adelaide Mwituwoju. Gets it a good mark, I think, of just over 13 metres. Keep an eye on those times. Those are going to be quite tough to beat for the men in the A race. Mwituwoju, 13.12. Well, 3 men over 17 metres in the men's shot put. Arnadov taking 11 points for Sporting Club.
Lane 8 we have Thomas Hockey, Harrow Athletic Club.
There's the full standings.
Lane 7, Bosco Kijanovic, Coacteur. Lane 6, Kian Carthy, Dandra Sao Paulo Athletic Club. Lane 5 for Omar Ejati, Sporting Clube de Portugal.
You can hear the midfield announcer saying.
And in lane 3, Miroslav Marsek for Slavia Bratislava.
I'll do it from the inside out. Miroslav Marcek of Bratislava. Inaki Canal. Around 45.27. Just a few weeks ago. Omar El Khattabi. 45.42 man at best. Kieran Carthy from Dundrum, South Dublin, 46.35. Bosco Kijanovic, So another very talented runner over one lap of the track, 45.50. On the outside, Thomas Hockley of Harrow Athletic Club. Switching away. There's Tugba Danimaz leading the way with that 14.03 from the first round. Well, we didn't see the distance there, but it's 13.87, so no change for her. Now these men are going to have to run quickly after that first race won by Mohamed Soudassi. So it's Kijanovic, the 45.50 man, making the pace at the moment. Also running well, El Khatib, 45.42 man. These men have really worked hard around the back straight, and they're entering the home straight neck and neck. It's Khatib just in front. Canal has got a bit of a gap to make up. Kijanovic is tiring now, and it's El Khatib who's starting to pull away. Unofficially, 45.57 for the Sporting Club de Portugal man. Little more than a 10th outside of his personal best, so a good run there from Omar El Khatib. Had to work hard for it though. He knew Canal was breathing down his neck down the home straight. 45.56 officially.
With a time of 45.56.
It was Kijanovic out in lane 7 who was the quickest away. El Khatib working hard around the first bend, and then pulling away down the home straight. Canal just left himself just a little bit too much room to make up. It may well be the first three home are the only men quicker than that first race. Well, indeed. So fourth there, Thomas Hockley, 46.81, but he's not as quick as Mohamed Soudassi, who came home in front. So after 6 events, Sporting Club de Portugal leading the way with 64 points. So this is Katarina Đurđević, 11.52, her first round effort. This is personal best for Đurđević. So, Wilhelmina Harju. Well, 58 jumper at best, but had a foul in the first round. He'll be looking for a decent performance. Going off the first board. So, of course, the measuring distance is calibrated to take that into account, depending on which board they're going off.
On the screen we have the men's points.
So Danimaz leading the way after
The first position,
almost 2 rounds completed with 14.03.
In second place, Enca Sport
Big
Club,
gap then
58
back to
points.
Naida Colonge,
Third
and her
position,
15,
Playas de Castellón,
her 13.15
points.
has been reinstated.
Fourth position,
I think we might have
of
seen the wrong
Beograd,
graphic a little bit earlier for
40
Colonge.
points. With 40 points in 5th place, Harrow Athletic Club. 6th position for Slavia Bratislava, 29 points. 7th place, Enterprise Sport and Service, 29 points. 8th place, Università Brno, 28 points.
So in the field,
9th place,
very shortly, the men's hammer about to get underway.
With
Rodiani.
18 points, Karlspora in 10th position, and in 11th position, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club with 14 points.
So that was even Pashik bringing the bar down at 195. Tell you what, there was a bit of an emergency. David Gonzalez, one of the favourites for this competition with a best of 225, came in at 185, just ostensibly to do some practice jumps, and needed 3 attempts to clear it. Oh well. Got over that, got over 190. I suppose you could say he was doing the right thing in terms of making sure he got points, but I think he must have given some of his colleagues from Players de Castellón a few nervous moments. 222 jumper, second best man in the field behind Gerson Balde, who I've just seen on my computer is not going to start. Now that's a big shock. That's going to damage Sporting Club Portugal's points. Balde was coming in and doing that as a second event after his long jump, won that with 8:01 earlier, but it does not start, and that is quite damaging for Sporting Club's aspirations to take this title in the men's events. Have taken it once before, back in 2000. More frequent winner in the women's competition, as we look at Evelisa Vega. So that brings second round to a conclusion. Vega in third place at the moment. And it's now the third attempt of Melody Coffey. 12.50 in the previous round. Wind assisted, but otherwise just a 4 centimetres short of a personal best, which is also the Luxembourg national record. Just looking, I think that was a foul for Coffey. So Forundarena, which is in 5th place at the moment with 13.11. Forundarena, not that far from a personal best of 13.23. Valencia athlete dashing out of the sand. It's the white flag.
metros para Naroa Forundarena, mantiene la quinta posición.
So it gets 13 meters exactly.
Lena Shupikova for Slavia
So a decent series there from Forundarena. Supikova lying down in 10th place at the moment, needs to make some improvement to make the top 8. 8th place at the moment, Danielle Speck from Prince Hendricks at 12:24. So 11:59 I can see on the infield scoreboard for Lena Supikova. That brings an end to her interest in the competition. She won't get 3 more jumps. Now, Adelaide Amitawoju. 13-12 with her previous attempt. So bounce back after a failure in the first round.
In this triple jump final.
No foul for Amitawoju. Now 26 years of age. No improvement from her, and she's still down in 4th place. She can feel fairly confident she's going to get 3 more jumps, but needs to look at going a bit further to get some more points for Harrow.
Who was second in the European Championships of Rome in 2024.
Tugba Deniz Maz, 14:03 for Deniz Maz. He really is impressive performer. Good. 14:03 confirmed. So now we move on. Naidas Calonge.
Antes de irnos al 5000 tenemos a Naida Calonge del Faxa Playas de Castellón preparándose.
Calonge just taking her time.
En el triple salto.
Hear the crowd urging her on. In 2nd place at the moment for that 13:15. I think that's a foul. Looks as though it's over the board. Yes. Judges very quickly, not even needing to check their Hawkeye monitor. Nevertheless,
And we go to the ring
13:15 in the first round, albeit wind-aided. That'll see her comfortably through to 3 final efforts. 2nd place at the moment behind Tugba Deniz Maz. 14:03, 13:87 and 13:91 the former European Indoor Champions Series. Now Danielle Speck, 12:24, she's in 8th place at the moment, but there are women who could overtake her and push her down the standings and out of the final 3 rounds. We'll come back to the women's triple jump shortly.
And Ben Fleming, Cal Spora.
So the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. say 5,000 meters. Cup record in this event, 13:25.86 by Alberto Garcia back in 1999. So Spain, great tradition in this event. So it's Amaktan, 13:55 man, who's taking the pace at the moment. And a rather gentle pace it is, nevertheless. 12.5 laps of the track. Wilson Marquez up there as well. We expect to see Marquez in the men's 1,500 meters, which is Maury's distance tomorrow. Quite a relaxed pace. Marquez, who's got some pretty useful 1,500 meter speed. It certainly isn't his preferred distance. He'll be quite happy just keeping the pace very tame, perhaps waiting for the last 600 meters. This is a very slow first kilometre. Certainly won't be approaching anything like sub 14 minutes at this pace. Now taking the lead at the front. Sporting Club competitor, Ruben Amaral. Now Amaral, 13:31 man Amaral.
And then we go with the start list of the hammer throw men final. They are throwing in this final.
Good time to
Owen
switch away.
Bennett, Harrow Athletic Club.
We've got the presentation of the men's hammer.
Mark Tierney, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics.
So
Jovan Stranic, Oak Beograd.
from Dundrum South, Mark
Eric
Tierney.
Snell, Cal Spora. Yasmani Fernández, Faxa Playas de Castellón.
Players de
Michael
Castellóns.
Cochran, Sporting Clube de Portugal.
Yamani Fernandez. Sporting's Mikhailo Kokan, Olympic and European medalist.
Elmeni Escola, Temperin Pirinto.
Enterprise,
Halil
Vito
Ismafer,
Inca Patalur,
Dominic Sanitra,
Enkers
Slavia
Halal
Bratislava,
Ilmazer.
and Jakub Kratochvil, Università Brno.
Brno's Jakub Kratochvil. There we have it. Mikhailo Kokan. Now, I'm just wondering, we've seen one cup record fall today to Emmanuel Esme in the 100 meters. Could a second go to Kokan? Current cup record, 80.45. Keep that in mind. It belongs to Slovakia's Libor Charfreitag. Set that in 2008. Kogan, well, he's certainly capable of throwing over 80 meters. And these warm conditions might well suit him. It's still very, very sedentary.
Yeah! Oh, come on, man. Oh.
It's Paul O'Donnell, 2:09 marathon man, ran that recently. That could well see him to the European Championships in Birmingham. His 13:43 was set back in 2024. And this makes a lot of sense for O'Donnell to stay up there. He's not a sprinter, or at least not anymore. And you're going to hear the Irish supporters crying, "Come on, Paul." But he's been tracked by Ruben Amaral. Amaral, 13:31 last year. Quickest man in this field. Ran that also on Spanish soil last year. Great competitor in the age groups, especially at the European Cross-Country Championships.
All the athletes trying.
He's also a 3:36 1500 metre man, which he ran 2 years ago. So he's got a finish. O'Donnell hasn't. And there's good men behind him as well. At the moment, Jonas Hubacek from Brno in 3rd place. Amaktan of Enka also there. Just watching the high jump. Enterprises Federico Bono bringing the bar down at 2 meters. So 7 laps to go. Still a decent group of men up together. There's 8 men in single file. A couple starting to drop off the back of that leading group now. Reaching the halfway point of the race. It's still O'Donnell leading them away from Amaral. Players David de la Fuente, 13:47 man in 3rd place now. Amaktan drifting back.
6 tenths left.
So 6 laps to go, and they go through unofficially in 8:23. So that's 3,000 meters done. Another 2,000 to go.
Followed by from Sporting Clube de Portugal and David de la Fuente de Faxa Playas de Castellón.
So into the 4th round now. Elise Rodiani flying in 7th place after 3 rounds. Danielle Speck did make it through as the 8th and final competitor in the last 3 rounds. Rodiani fouls. Looking over at the men's hammer now. Last of the field events to get underway today. There was Eric Snell of Spora, Luxembourg club. Leading the way at the moment with 63.04 is Stranic of Beograd. And O'Donnell, well, he's making this a decent race now. The lead pack is down to 6. It's O'Donnell, Amaral, De La Fuente, Amaktan, Marquez. And there's one more man tacked on the back, just out of shot
Se prepara.
Looking across, I think it's Hubacek of the Brno club.
Para el cuarto intento y en el
So Yasmani Fernandez has improved already this year to 75-74. Left-handed thrower. Sends it straight into the cage though. Cuban athlete, but he's been based in Spain for quite a few years now. Now there's a change of pace as the tall Turk Ömer Amaktan goes to the fore. Amaral O'Donnell still hanging on in there. De La Fuente in fourth, Marquez in fifth. They're not throwing up the towel. That's Bovo over 2 meters at the third attempt on the right-hand side of your screen, the Enterprise athlete. Now, this is one of the men we've been waiting for all day. Mikhailo Kokan, Olympic bronze medalist in 2024, European Championships bronze medalist in 2024. One of the men, one of the very few men who throws over 80 meters on a regular basis. 25-year-old Ukrainian. He unleashes his opener. Now, how far did it go?
Trying to break the race, followed by
It's already thrown over 81 meters this year. Pashkik gets over 2 meters as well. Amaktan working very hard. It's just past the last kilometre now. They're going to come up 2 laps to go, and there's still 8 men in it. But Amaktan has made everybody start working really hard. And it's De La Fuente who's going with him with 800 metres to go. Amaral struggling. O'Donnell, not a surprise considering he's a marathon man, doesn't race that often on the track these days, just starting to slip back, but it was a valiant effort in the middle stages of the race from Dundrum South Dublin's Paul O'Donnell, but it is Omar Amaktan up the front now. .600 meters to go. It's going to be just inside 14 minutes, that slow early pace, negating any sense of quick times, but that was really not a surprise. It's starting to cool quite quickly here, but it's still about 22 degrees, and they're bracing themselves to hear the bell. Now Ruben Amaral, he looked as though he was struggling, but then he's found a second wind, a gear, and he's coming through. Amaral, this is a man who's a 3:38 performer over 1,500 meters. He's got the speed compared to the 2 men behind him. De La Fuente, though, he's not giving it up. De La Fuente is looking fresh, and at this sort of pace, he's still got plenty in the tank, and he's stretching it out now. He's making Amaral work really hard. Amaktan's gone. The Turkish athlete's going to have to settle for the minor places. This is just now between the Spaniard and the Portuguese runner. It's Playas de Castellón versus Sporting Club de Portugal. And De La Fuente has got the bit between his teeth and is absolutely flying. Got his attack to perfection. Went round Amaral, and he takes the 11 points for Playas de Castellón. The time, just inside 15 minutes, but it doesn't matter. And it's going to be important points for players to Castellón in the women's competition as well, thanks to Castellón. She's a long way behind Danismas in the women's triple jump. That was a really entertaining finale. And David de la Fuente, 14:53.85. Well, he's run a minute quicker than that and more, but he won't mind. 11 points for Players de Castellón. And Rumer Amaral, despite getting beaten for speed, good points for Sporting Club de Portugal as well. Omar Amaktan. Also inside 15 minutes, 14:59.81. Well, that was a really enthralling race. I really enjoyed that. There are times when times don't matter. That was all about getting the points for your club. And I have to say, even though he drifted back to 5th place, hats off as well to Paul O'Donnell in 5th. He made that a real race. He inserted pace. You have the feeling they could have still been wandering around now if it hadn't been for O'Donnell taking the race by the scruff of the neck in the middle stages. And it was the right thing to do as well, because he knew he didn't have the pace to stay with the likes of, well, in particular Amaral, but also de la Fuente.
David González, el pasaplayas de Castellón, ha superado 2 minutos a la primera.
Men's high jump, David González. That's a bit sloppy. The athlete from Burgos. First attempt at 2:05. Well, he's jumped 2:15 already indoors this year. 2:22 performer last year. Took the national indoor title in 2025. Now Rikainen. First attempt at 2:05 for this man. Foul. With a fin, so it's Juracek now. Just to bring you up to date, Kokan, 72.17, leads the way in the men's hammer at this stage by 9 meters. Nobody else over 72 meters. Oh, well, I should say over 70 meters. And only Jovan Stanic of the Belgrade club over 60 meters at this stage. But we haven't quite completed the first round. Juracek brings the bar down. His first attempt. Still 8 competitors in this competition. The bar to go, frankly, quite considerably higher. So this is Naida Collange. Here's the penultimate round. Hasn't improved on her first round 13.15. Not sure that will either. Wrong Spaniard. Porundarena gets 12.91. She's in 5th place at the moment with 13.11. Didn't see it, but just a few moments ago, Evelise Veiga went out to 13.26. There's the full results of that men's 5,000 metres, won by David de la Fuente. Wonderful battle over the last lap with Ruben Amaral. Wonderful shot of this stadium in Castellón. Great host. There's the men's standings. Sporting Club de Portugal 7 points clear of Enca, with Players de Castellón back in 3rd with 64 points. Harrow still very much in the mix. Harrow's Owen Merritt getting big cheers. 62.20 is opener. Let's just wait and see what he gets. Well, I can tell you it was 65.09. Good effort. Personal best of 66.85.
To the ring for a new race. This time, the 3,000
This is
meters
Naida
steeplechase
Colonge.
woman.
Just looking at her face, I don't think it was an improvement on her 13.15. No, I'm just looking across it. It's given us a foul.
Por el Faxa Playas de Castellón, Nara Elipe.
Took Berdanismas to bring the 5th round to a conclusion. We're looking at the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase competitors. 13 women. This could be interesting. It's always fraught with difficulties navigating the barriers, and there's some inexperienced women in here. Elisa Virtanen, the Finn, the only woman under 10 minutes, 9.57 performer.
And Leila Colusi for Atletica Brescia.
Just looking at the Brescia athlete. Leila Colusi on the inside, 10.46. Might be a bit of a tall order for her to get in amongst the standings. So they're away, 7.5 laps of the track. Cut record for this event, 9:32.83. I think that's realistically a bit beyond the competitors in this particular competition, but as I said, with the 5,000 metres, not fast times, but a really good competitive head-to-head contest. Got the split screen, the men's hammer. This is Eric Snarl, Sporer athlete from Luxembourg, 27 metres with his opener. So at the front it is the Finn, Elisa Virtanen, the Javaskalen club on her shoulder, from the VSK Praha club, Anika Malikova. In the hammer, Yasmani Fernandez fouled with his first attempt. Would be expected perhaps to pick up second place and good double-figure points behind Mikhailo Kokan. .75.74 is best. I apologise, I said it was earlier this season, but it was actually 3 years ago in Havana, but he's been close to it in this very circle on several occasions in the last couple of years. 74.92 just last month in this very arena. I think that's gone wide. Just trying to see. Well, it is being given as a white flag. Well, this is a quick run from Virtanen. 9:14 unofficially. You can do the math, that's roughly 9:45. If it's even pace from here, that's a good opener. She's certainly set out her stall. And if she does manage to maintain that sort of pace, that would take about 13 seconds off her best. Gamely hanging on at the moment, it's Malkova. And into the circle. Well, on the infield, 70 and 75 metre marks are laid out there. Oh, good effort once again. Oh, possibly not as far as his first round effort, maybe around 71 metres. Yeah, you've got to be strong to dig the hammer. 7.26 pounds, kilos I should say, 16 pounds out of the turf. And Virtanen doing extremely well at the moment. He's running away with this race. Malkova has drifted back into second and is being challenged by the runner from Pliers. So Virtanen continues her merry way. Purundarena finishes her series. Has to settle for 5th place.
Estamos en el pasillo de triple salto otra vez para el sexto y último intento del atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón, Naida Calonge. Intentará mejorar esos 3 para escalar posiciones.
Nara, muy bien, a tu ritmo,
But
tranquila.
this is Naida Calonge. She's in third place at the moment. Adelaide Omitawoju in fourth place with 13-12. But after 2 fouls in the third and fourth round, has passed her last 2 attempts. Not too sure. Hopefully she isn't injured. So Calonge. No, a foul to finish Calonge's series off. So she finishes third with her opener of 13-15. Just 13 centimetres shy of her personal best. So the Playas athlete acquitting herself very well in this competition. First 2 places though going as expected. Still to be decided in what order. The Sporting's Evelise Vega and Enka's Tugba Danizmaz, both 14-metre plus jumpers at their very best. Well, we didn't see the 2-kilometre mark, but Virtanen, well, she could well be on course for taking something around 10 seconds off her personal best. She's had to run most of this race on her own. It's been a hard run for the Finn. She's starting to close down on some of the back markers, which is pretty impressive in a 3,000-metre steeplechase at this level. So, Tugba Danizmaz, Evelise Vega, knowing that she's got a long jump to come, passed her final attempt, banking 12 points for Sporting Club. Danizmaz.
Third place, Faxa Playas de Castellón, 64 points. Fourth place, her athletic club, 46 points.
It's waiting for the mark to come up. She leads the way at the moment with 14.03.
42 points. Sixth position, Enterprise Sport and Service, 37
I had
points.
a sensation that was well short of
Place, Slavia Bratislava with
13
34
metres,
points.
12.01.
With 32 points,
Sort of like
eighth position,
pulled out of it,
Universitat
but
Berna.
doesn't need to bother.
Ninth place for Tampere
Her first
Porto,
competition of the year,
22 points.
and it's a winning start to 2026 for the 2023 European Indoor Champion Tugba Danizmaz. As we now look, she's on the last lap. Elisa Virtanen. Well, Virtanen run this as a time trial after the very early stages in the race. This is a great run from the young Finn. (23 years of age), reigning Finnish champion over the barriers. Well, back in 2018, she actually contested the 1,500 metres. Finished second in the B race on that occasion, so she's been around a long time. Turn the clock back to 2018. Well, she'd have only been 15 years of age on that occasion. Last year, finished 13th in the World University Games. Perhaps was expecting to do a little bit better. Well, I think she's just shaved her personal best. By my reckoning, she's taken about 2 seconds off her personal best. That was a tough last 2 or 3 laps for Virtanen. At one point, she was well on course for a time around 9:45. I have to be sure. I think I might have been calling that wrong. I do apologise. I do apologise. I've been saying it's been Virtanen all the way through the race. Indeed, she wasn't down as competing. It should have been Silabaya. 9:51 runner Bayer. I do apologise. I'll substitute all my comments about Virtanen for Silabaya of the Enka Athletic Club. Bayer confirmed as the winner in 9:56.09. Virtanen indeed does take second place at 10:00:33. Players de Castellón's Nada Elipe, 10:01.92, a personal best, taking 5 seconds off her personal best. That's the woman, Elipe. Shot. Good points for Players de Castellón once again. Confirmation of the triple jump standings took Denise Mas 14:03, a very convincing winner from Evelise Veiga. Evelise Veiga taking second place, 13:26, and Collonge of Players de Castellón, 13:15. So, men's high jump, men's hammer, still going on in the infield. High jump bar's gone up to 2:09 now.
The third attempt over 2:09.
David Gonzalez went over 2:09 on the first attempt, so he is in the lead at the moment.
And this is third foul, so he's out the competition just now. Now he's getting ready, Ivan Pachtic, Oak Beograd.
So just Gonzalez and Sajcek of the PSK Renault Club, gone over 2:09. This is Yasmani Fernandez going into the circle for the third time of asking. And there's 70:38 in the second round. He's in third place at the moment. At the end of the second round, Halil Ilmazer of Enka sent his implement to 71.81. He's in second place at the moment. Kokan. So 72.17. Kokan into the circle next. Needs a good throw. Marnie Fernandez fouling. So Sia Bayer, 9:56.09. Enka take maximum points in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Those are the standings in the women's competition. Sporting Club de Portugal, 114 points. Valencia right on their tails with 110 points.
The scores for the female clubs. Tenemos en la pantalla los resultados, la clasificación provisional de la Copa de Europa de Clubes Femenina. Leading Sporting Club
So
de
the high jump bar.
114 points. Second, Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo, 110 points. Only 4 points.
Going up to 213. It's been going up in 4 centimetre increments.
90.5. Fourth, Playas de Castellón, 86
So
points.
just 2 men left in the competition. David Gonzalez leads the way with his first time clearance at 209, despite having to take 3 attempts to get over 205. And Wojciech
Prince Hendrik, 68
Zajcek.
points. 8th, Harrow Athletic Club,
Czechia.
64 points. 9th,
209
Praga,
at his second
60
attempt.
points. 10th,
Sort
Slavia
of got to
Bratislava,
form.
54
Rick
points.
Gonzalez, 222 man,
7th, Zvezda,
having also cleared
50
215
points.
indoors this winter, 222 coming last year. Zajcek jumping 216 indoors. So Gonzalez fails for the first time of asking.
And in this first day of the European Championship Cup, we have only 2 events left now being played by the
Got the 2 events in the field, the men's hammer and the men's high jump. Just got on the track. 4 relays, 4 by 100 meter races.
100 meters in women.
First up
And we'll finish this afternoon with the fourth.
will be the first of 2 races for the women. So Kokan fouled.
This was the second attempt for David Gonzalez.
This is Ilmazer in second place at the moment.
Y 13 centímetros. Tendrá todavía un intento más. And now he's getting ready. Wojciech Zajcek, the jumper of
Doing well.
Bruno. One foul.
And of course, if you've enjoyed this transmission on the European Athletics YouTube channel, plenty more World Athletics Continental Tour meetings coming up at the silver, gold, silver, bronze. Gosh, it's been a long day. Silver, bronze and challenger meeting level. Got no less than 3 meetings coming up next Sunday, for instance. And then of European Athletics Championships, we've got the European Under-18s coming to you from Rieti in Italy, 16th to the 19th of July. And then the European Athletics Championships, 10th to the 16th of August, coming to you from Birmingham. So the last track event. Action. This first day coming to a conclusion.
the ring we have the first leg of the 4x100 meters woman. In this leg on lane 8 is running
The first of
Cal Spora.
2 finals.
Lane 7 for
Crvena
Harrow
Zvezda,
Athletic Club.
Praha, Bratislava,
Lane
Dundrum
6
South,
for Dundrum, South Dublin
Harrow
Athletic Club.
and Sporta. And in case you're wondering how this is seeded, it's done on the positions in the overall standings 1 hour before the event. So these were the teams that were in places from 8th to 13th. And then there's 7 teams in the next race. Paper, you have to say Harrow possibly the favourites. Squad of Maddie Jessup, Millie King, Rachel McCann and Meg Willis. Lena Bogdanovic, who had that great personal best in winning the 400 metres B race, leads off a red start. Lasikova for Prague, Koribova of Bratislava, Ford of Dundrum South Dublin. Jessup from Harrow and Sporahev Bularoa leading off for them. It's out of the shade. Looking here for clean handovers. And Harrow doing very well. Jessup handing over to Millie King. King tearing down the back straight. Good lead for Harrow in this race. Not quite the smoothest of changeovers between King and McCann, but they get the baton round. And McCann, third leg for her. She's going to hand over to Meg Willis. Decent handover, but Red Star have come through very strongly. Ilic to Koronovic, and Red Star, well, that third leg from Ivana Ilic was absolutely critical. And we were looking on the outside at Harrow, but Red Star snuck through in lane 3. I think that was as a result of some slicker changes as well. They were not in the race really over the first 2 legs, but started motoring around the bend. It'd be interesting to see a replay of that race. So, 45.55. That's a pretty decent time from the Red Star quartet. Well, teams coming up, certainly very capable of beating that, but I think they're going to get good points out of this race, Red Star, to use their old name. So, Lena Bogdanovic, Maria Bukvic, Ivana Ilic, and Maria Kopunovic leading the Serbians home. 45.55 by exactly 1 second from Harrow. Now the men's high jump has just come to a conclusion. Neither Gonzalez or Zajcek could get over 2:13, so the verdict goes to David Gonzalez by virtue of his first-time clearance. There you see confirmation. Did sort of go to form. The best 2 men on paper did finish 1 and 2 in that competition. Thought they were going to perhaps go a little higher, but you can't have everything. Gonzalez, rather ragged scorecard. 3 failures at 185, his opening high, and at 205, dicing with disaster, but got over 209 on his first attempt, and that sealed the win. I think the Cervena squad. No, that is a good time, 45.55. Men's hammer still going on. Now into the fourth round, just started. Still Mikhailo Kokan leading the way with 72-17, his one and only valid throw, his opener. Two other men, as you can see there, over 70 metres. Ilmazer and Fernandez of Enka and Players Castellón. Second and third at the moment, but Sporting Club at the moment looking at 13 points from the men's hammer. This is the Finn, Elmeri Escola from the Tamparin club. That's a foul, no doubt about that. So he stays in 6th place as it stands at the moment with 59.55. Second round effort.
Now is getting ready. Owen Merritt in the hammer.
Owen Merritt.
The athlete of
good throw in the second round, 65.09. Put him in 5th place overall. Just under 2 metres shy of his personal best. Disgusted with himself with that foul.
Getting ready now in the hammer throw men final.
The right-handed throw. Wondering why I say that is that your dominating hand in the hammer goes over the gloved hand. So, Jovan Stevanic, third round, 65-63. That's him in 4th place at the moment.
Y va a ser turno el representante del
no improvement for Stranic, but a decent effort, 64.05.
Tercero con 70.38 en la provisional del lanzamiento de martillo masculino.
3-time Serbian champion, the man from the Belgrade club. Finished 10th in the European Throwing Cup Under-23 competition. But it's been consistently over 63-64 metres. Now lying in 3rd place at the moment, Yasmani Fernandez. Left-handed thrower. That drops down. That might be a very slight improvement on his one and only valid attempt, which came in the second round of 70.38. So, switching back to the track now.
By 100 relay woman in lane 8, Prince Henrik. Lane 7, Enka Sports Club.
So from the outside, the Prince Hendrik quartet of Oibern, Sluter, Van Krieken and Maas. Enka of Ake, Polat, Sayed, Ildram. Valencia, Blanque, Gui, Cladeira and Marco. Sporting Club de Portugal. Bazzolo, Pinto, Castellano and Santos. A very strong quartet indeed from the Portuguese team. Brescia, Goffi, Peredes, Melon, and finished off with the woman who finished second in the 100 metres, Gloria Hooper. Pliers de Castellón, Navarro, Cruz, Montalban and Rossell. And on the inside, Gavascalan with Antonin, Bermar, Benalen and Ilanen. The final women's event on the track on this first day of the European Champion Clubs Cup. Well, the Portuguese away thanks to Lorraine Bazzolo. And a good change from the Portuguese. They've obviously been training. Nice work as well from Enka. At the moment, it's Sporting Club and Enka. Now Enka starting to motor. But Castellano doing well around the bend. She's starting to pull away. Enka slipping back. That's not a good leg from Enka. Sainz struggling around the bend. Clear lead for Sporting Club de Portugal, handing over to Rosalina Santos. But they've been challenged on the outside. Carmen Marco closing her down. But Santos for Sporting Club de Portugal holds on. 44-39. Well, Sporting Club de Portugal for 3 legs looked as though they were going to run away with it. But it was a great performance on the final leg from Valencia's Carmen Marco. Also coming up quickly, Gloria Hooper, as you might expect. Sporting Club de Portugal, though, given a winning time of 44-39. Well, there is a protest, just yellow flag. Just wondering what that's about. That's a great opening leg from Lorraine Bazzolo, handing over to Terano Pinto. This is the 3rd changeover. Oh, it wasn't great. That made the difference. That changed things around from it being a comfortable victory to one that was really had to be hard fought all the way down the home straight. See Marco closing down. Another 10 metres and it might have gone to Valencia, but it is a 4x100 metres relay. Great effort there from Valencia. They can feel well pleased with their performance. So some discussions there.
We go back to the Hammer Pro Men final. Getting ready, Jebu, Kratochville for Universidad Brno is 7th with 57.10.
Unpacking what went right and what went wrong, Sporting Club de Portugal. This photo there, Pliers de Castellón. Sure that'll appear on many websites and perhaps in some of the local papers tomorrow morning. Still looking at that last changeover for Sporting Club. It's difficult with those markings. I think that's a legit changeover. But there's still some discussion going on. For the moment, well, it does look as though Sporting Club have been disqualified. And along with Prince Hendrik as well. And that means maximum points goes to Valencia. Held off the fast finishing Brescia. So 13 points to Valencia and not a single point to Sporting Club Portugal. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's appeals coming up over that. Enka Club, as it stands after that disqualification, a distant third in 45-36 behind Valencia, 44-46, and Brescia 44-50. So, Sporting Club, despite that disqualification, 5 points in the lead over Enka at the moment. Slight glitch in the results, but doesn't affect the top of the table. So, Owen Merritt going into the circle. 2 men's 4x100 metre races to come.
As we can see in the screen, we have 2 teams disqualified. First of all, Prince Hendrik and also Sporting Club de Portugal in the 4x100 metre relay.
Merritt.
So the win in the second leg of this race is for
around the 65 metre mark. Sent his hammer out in the second round to 65.09.
Las dos descalificaciones del relevo 4% femenino, el Prince Hendrik y el Sporting Club de Portugal, con estas dos descalificaciones, sobre todo con la del equipo portugués, el Diputación Valencia.
I have to confess, whilst I did see the flag, I couldn't see where the infringement was as far as Sporting Club de Portugal. It was quite clear Rosalina Santos took off a bit too early. I did think she just quite got it hand over it inside the zone, but I'm not to ground level, and I would certainly defer to the judges. (65.28) for Merritt, an improvement for the Briton. Now it's Jovan Stalanic. Fourth in the European Juniors back in 2019 when we were in Swedish town of Borås. Just missed out on a medal there. Make it out of qualifying, Stranic at last year's European under-23s. Wonderful overhead shot of this stadium. Bugwe Stadium. As I said, this is the 3rd time it's hosted the European Champions Clubs Cup. Also did so in 2019, the last edition, and 2009 as well. So, first race of the men's 4x100 metres.
We have ESK Inverno. Lane 5, Enterprise Sport.
So from the outside, Dundrum South Dublin.
Lane 4, Perito.
With Tana Russell, Holden, Lalo and McConneville. Bruno has Srivchet, Udanenko, Kravitschil and the very good Eduard Kubalek on the anchor leg. Enterprise, Okoluko, Sudasi, 400 metre man really, Gagiolo and De Filipis, Namparin, Helen, Raitala, Kanikinen and Hamalati, and on the inside, Sporter from Luxembourg, Jehano, Muller, Obango and Volig. Volig, who of course was disqualified in the 100 metres. After Fancy Bruno. So much can happen in a 4x100 metres, as we've just seen. And there is the faster teams to come. So Enterprise Daniel Okaluko just standing up, not happy. Enterprise in white in lane 5. Can tell you that in the 4th round, if you're keeping up with the live results in the Hammer, Mikhailo Kokan improved to 73.32. And he's going into the circle next in the 5th round. Keep you right up to date on this. The 5 men on their blocks for the first race of the men's 4x100 metres could almost look to their left and see Kokan in the circle, and he's winding up just out of camera shot. Oh, sends it into the cage though. After all that build-up, he gets a red flag, and it's a green card for the entire field, which denotes a faulty start, no one at fault. Well, the sun very slowly starting to dip towards the horizon as we get close to 8:30 here in Castellón, out on the Mediterranean coast, about an hour north of Valencia. So, as they settle down from the inside in lane 3, Spora, Tamparan, Enterprise Sport and Service, VSK Brno, and Dundrum South Dublin on the outside. Well, it's Enterprise starting well. Tall figure of David Okoloko handing over to Mohamed Soudassi, and Soudassi, 400-metre man, set a good personal best in the 400 metres a bit earlier, tackling the long leg with aplomb. Dundrum South now coming back into the reckoning, but Enterprise, Antonio Gargilo hands over to Giovanni De Filippis, but coming through strongly on the inside. Where did the Luxembourg squad come from on that last changeover? A bango to Wallig. Wallig makes up for being disqualified in the individual 100 metres with an absolutely blistering last leg. He's happy about that. Makes up just a little bit from not getting a single point for his team a little bit earlier. There we see it again. Okaluko, the tall, long-striding Italian, makes up the stagger on Brno on the outside. And at this stage, look at this. Enterprise doing really well. Sloppy changeover, but they get it through. They don't lose too much ground, the Italians. It doesn't really give you an idea of how the Luxembourg squad came through so strongly. But Wallig turning on the afterburners. And Brno half a second adrift of the Luxembourg team. Wouldn't worry too much about those ERs and PBs. So a shout out to Alan Jahano, Louis Muller, Bliss Abango and David Wallig, the CAL Spora quartet from Luxembourg.
Getting ready for next throw, Jakub Kratochvil,
So we're now in the last round of the hammer.
Is 7th with
Mikhailo
57
Kokan leading the way with 73.32.
Is only one attempt left.
Second
in
at the
hammer
moment,
throw
Halel
men final.
Ilmazer, 71.88, improved with his last throw. He's got one throw left to try and close the gap on Kokan. And Yasmani Fernandez still involved. Third place at the moment with 70.73, the pliers to Castellón.
Getting ready for his last throw, Elmeri Escola for Temperin Pilinto. The last attempt is 6th in this hammer throw men final.
So now we're reaching a conclusion of the first day of this European Champion Clubs Cup for 2026 here in Castellón. Give it its full and proper name, the Pista de Atletismo Gaita Hugüe. And it's been a good day's action, obviously topped off by that 100 meters cup record a little bit earlier in the day for Emmanuel ESP. And it is ESP who will be having the anchor leg in this competition. Well, he's got one cup record already. 38.85 is the target. That's the cup record. The Fiumagale quartet. Chidi, Tilly, Madonia and Simonato. Very illustrious quartet. Set that time back in 2006. Owen Merritt going into the circle for the very last time. He's in 5th place at the moment. His best of 65.28 came with his last throw. He's steadily improved. No, that's not quite as far, I don't think. Could be wrong. He's around the 65-meter mark. Still wondering whether that big throw from Mikhailo Kokan is going to come. Hasn't really been firing on all cylinders despite leading this competition with 73.32. So, Merritt, 63.67, no improvement for him. Picks up 7 points for the Harrow Club. Jovan Stranic, 66.47, his best coming in the last round as well. Well, that was a bit closer to the 70-meter line than Merritt. Just wondering whether it is an improvement on his 5th round throw, though. I have a feeling it might not be quite right.
En la ronda de lanzamiento de martillo es turno para Yasmani Fernández. El lanzador del Faxa Playas de Castellón es tercero provisional en la final de martillo con 70.73.
So Stranic finishes with 65.73. Just under a metre down on his best effort, which came in the penultimate round. 4 points, should say 4th place for Jovan Stranic. 8 points for the Serbian.
Last race, 4x100 meter relay men, the second
So the very last event on the track. Out in lane 7, it's Sporting Club de Portugal with a very talented quartet of Carlos Nascimento, Gabriel Maia, Delvis Santos and Emmanuel ESP on the anchor leg. Pliers to Castellón. The young hurdler Anthony Perez, Una Yuste, Jaime Sancho, and Daniel Cisneros. Grad, Savovic, Markovic, Savic, and Kijanovic. Enka with I, Ozkan, Altin Sas, and Sevla.
So get ready for the last
Haro Athletics Club.
of the afternoon.
Gomez, Uifu, Taylor, and Williams. And as we saw on the inside, all in blue, the Bratislava team of Pekka, Marcek, Beladic, and Hanic as they settle into their blocks. Well, there's good quartets in there, Haro, Enka, and Playas de Castellón. But I have to say, with 4 Portuguese internationals, it could almost be the Portuguese relay team. Sporting Club de Portugal are going to be tough to beat. So Nascimento, well-known 60-metre man, best known for his indoor exploits. Good start from Nascimento. Well, good change over to Maya. Playas de Castellón on their inside doing well. Perez de Yuste. Delvis Santos, good bend from the Portuguese runner. Coming through on the inside, Altintas, the Turkish international, has brought Enka back into the battle. But there's no stopping SMA. 39-36. No second cup record for Emmanuel SMA. What he'll have to be happy with one, but nevertheless
35.
making up for the disqualification of the women's quartet from Sporting Club de Portugal. The famous Portuguese sports club takes 11 points. Well, once he took over the baton and got out of the relay zone unhindered, there was never really any doubt that Emmanuel SMA was going to lead home the Portuguese club. 39-35 for Sporting Club de Portugal. Good second place though from Enka, Turkish club based in Istanbul, 40-02. Playas de Castellón, 40-49. And there is the men's standings. Sporting Club 88. They lead the table.
And we have on the screen the women's.
As we look at this again, Nascimento, seasoned international, has been to many of the top competitions, particularly for indoor running over 60 metres. There's Santos handing over to SMA. And the Cameroonian, well, he's the African 100 metres champion, and he showed his class there, tearing away. Still had time for a smile as he crossed the line. He didn't need to go through the gears. He didn't need to be running at full tilt. It was a fairly emphatic win for the Portuguese club.
7th place, Haro Athletic Club, 71 points. 8th, Prince Henrik, 68 points. 9th, USK Prague, 68 points. 10th place, Slavia Bratislava with 59 points. 11th place for Cervena Zvezda, 50 points. With 40 points in 12th position, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club.
Well, the men's hammer is still going on.
13th position for Kalspora and 14th.
And just as I say that, it's come to a conclusion as we look at Mikhailo Kokan. Well, he finished with a flourish, 75-70. No improvement from the men in second and third place. Halil Ilzamar for Enka. 71-88 in the fifth round. Yasmani Fernandez, 70-73 in the fourth round. Those are the men who finished in second, third behind the Olympic and European bronze medalist from 2024, Michailo Kokan. So there's the women's standings. Changed after the disqualification of Sporting Club de Portugal. Valencia leave with 123 points from Sporting Club de Portugal with 114 points. Portuguese would have been leading the first day. And we leave you with a wonderful overhead shot of this Castellón stadium. Time to say goodnight. Please do join us again for the second day, starting at 09:30 local time here in Spain. See you then.
Hey, I'm still talking up there.